Hello and welcome to Doha. This is the famous corniche lining the coast of the Persian Gulf. For the second night of these IAAF World Championships, this famous strip is handed over to some of the world's best endurance performers. Over the next few hours, two new global champions will be crowned at this spectacular venue at an historic World Championships, the first to be staged here in the Middle East. I'm Tony Husband. Welcome to the racecourse. Alongside me for the next two 50k race walks coming up, someone who knows all about endurance competition, two-time Olympian and Commonwealth Games medalist, Mara Yamuchi.
Hi Tony, really looking forward to two cracking races tonight. Both defending champions, Henriques of Portugal and Diniz of France are here, but they'll both face really stiff opposition.
Well, tonight we'll bring you two races simultaneously along the waterfront and under a stunning nighttime setting. The floodlit arena is under clear skies as we approach the beginning of the races. At 11:30 local time, both the men's and women's 50-kilometre race walks will start. This is only the second time that the women have raced over this distance at a World Championships. There are 70 athletes across the two events, and these are the scenes down towards the start line. Final warm-ups, a check of the course, a stretch of the legs, and they will be very accustomed to the conditions right now that they will be facing, and also the rehydration techniques that they might want over the next few hours. So they're ready, and let's have a look at the map of the course. Here's the circuit along the floodlit corniche, the two races going off together. They'll head anti-clockwise after this start and finish line in the direction of Doha Port, and to the right, the Emiri Dewan, the government offices here. Then it's a long straight along the waters of the Persian Gulf to the right, the bright lights of Doha in the distance. The final loop brings the athletes back towards the finish, hopefully passing the penalty zone on the way. We'll have more on that a little later on. All in all, there are 25 laps of 2 kilometers. Well, of course, a major talking point in the run-up to these World Championships for these long-distance events out on the Corniche has been the weather. Warm, humid evenings make this a serious test for all those competing. Tonight, 31 Celsius on a clear evening with a light breeze. Temperature has dropped progressively throughout the day. One of the things that they have to tackle, though, is the humidity. Nevertheless, they've been preparing for this for many, many months. They've known this is in their diaries, Mara, and that is something that they will have been seriously ready for.
Yes, definitely. Heat acclimatization will have been an essential part of these athletes' preparations for today. But heat can be a real leveller in a competition like this, so we could see some real surprises in the final results.
The Slovakian Tot will be one of those we'll be focusing on during the course of the next few hours as he sets off, hopefully on a path to glory for him in the men's 50k race. A busy scene always down towards the start line. And a reminder, the two races will go off together in around 5 minutes' time. Beautiful scene, isn't it, there? Right on the coastline in Doha. These are the record marks. And the Frenchman, Johan Diniz, a legend of his sport and dominant in the 50 kilometers, a world record set in 2014 in Zurich. For the women, Lou, the world record holder, will actually walk in the 20-kilometer race, but Inés Enriquez, the championship record holder, is back to defend her title won in London. Let's take you through the start list. It's a big one when it comes to the men's 50-kilometre race walk here on this second day of the IAAF World Championships. There are 46 athletes in all who are on the start line, including the Canadian who did so well at the Olympics, Evan Dunphy. Johan Diniz of France, world rank 10, but one of the favourites tonight. Look out for the Japanese trio, Katsuki, Noda and Suzuki, all expected to be in the reckoning. The Portuguese athlete, João Vieira, one of the oldest competitors at this World Championships. And Tot, the Olympic champion, hoping to become a world champion again. It's a smaller field in the women's 50-kilometre race walk. 24 will be on the start line. The Chinese trio there of Mao Su, Lang also there, and Ma likely to be among the leaders. Look out for Italy's Eleonora Giorgi as well. We'll see her shortly. Katie Burnett, the North American record holder, at the bottom of the page. So down there on the start line, there they are. The women lining up towards the right, the men on the left-hand side.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the start line of the IAAF World Championships 50 kilometers walk.
السيدات
Let's pick out
والسادة
some of the
مرحبا
athletes we
بكم
expect
في
to be following very
سباق
closely.
ال50
Eleonora
كيلومتر المشي
Giorgi
سيدات
there of
لبطولة
Italy
العالم
moved up to the
لألعاب
50k mark,
2019.
and she is certainly
Introducing in the
impressed. She
women's race,
turned
the
30
European Cup
this
champion
month.
representing Italy.
بطلة كأس
There's
أوروبا من
China's Rui
إيطاليا.
Lang. She set a world
Eleonora
record at the
Giorgi,
time when she was the race walking
the
team cup
2018
winner
World Team
over
Championships winner from
50k in
China.
Taisang last
بطلة
year.
العالم للمجموعات لعام 2018 من الصين.
Part of a strong Chinese contingent in this race. And here's Ines Enriquez. She didn't finish that day in Taisang when Rui Lang was the winner, but a big threat today. Former world record holder and world champion in 2017. Pride of Portugal. So a trio of women to follow there, and what about the men? Well, this is Yusuke Suzuki, world record holder over 20 kilometers, 31 years of age now, missed 2 years due to injuries, but back to his best.
The reigning Olympic champion representing Slovakia.
البطل الأولمبي
Now the Slovakian, Mate Tot, 36 years of age now, world champion in 2015, the gold medalist at the Rio Olympics. And look out for one of the legends of the sport, the world record holder, defending his title, Johan Diniz of France. Away they go with the clock just ticking past 11:30 local time. 25 laps of 2-kilometer loops to take on through the night. The men and the women off together. Eventually you'll see them part a little. It's going to be very interesting to follow the times and to see how racing at this time of night with the higher humidity, the warm temperatures, how that will affect them as the race unfolds. Well, throughout the next few hours, we will, of course, if you're new to watching race walking, just bring you up to date with some of the rules, the key things you're going to need to look out for along the way. Race walking is officiated by 9 judges, including a chief judge, who has a very significant role, which we'll talk about as the evening goes by. But first thoughts, Mara, as we just see Suzuki ahead of Tot in these very, very early stages of the race. It's not often, as you would have been talking about in the women's marathon last night, it's not often for them to be racing at this time. It's a little bit different for them, and of course there is the temperature to consider as well.
That's right, so the start of 11:30 p.m. and we had a midnight start yesterday for the women's marathon. Very unusual. 50k race walks typically start early in the morning, so these athletes will have had to prepare. You can't just turn up at 11:30 p.m. at a race and expect to be on your best form. So I imagine these athletes will have been sleeping in the morning, maybe till lunchtime, to get used to being active at night. I imagine they will have been training at night so that they're, practicing and used to walking in the dark.
The definition of race walking, just for us to explain the style and the actions of these walkers, as you see them pacing along the Corniche up towards the first bend. The definition truly for race walking is a progression of steps so taken that the walker makes contact with the ground so that no visible, and that is to the eye, loss of contact occurs. And the advancing leg's got to be straightened from the moment of first contact with the ground until the vertical upright position. And sprinkled around the course as they go around that bend for the first time, there are 9 judges, including a chief judge, who will be mainly based around the penalty zone. A bit more on that to come a little later. Now, what the judges are there to do, of course, is to ensure that those rules of race walking are being followed. If they feel they're not, then there's various options open to them. The first is to produce the yellow paddles, and there are 2 infringements effectively that can be spotted. But the thing to point out is, and this is different in race walking from what you see in a lot of other sports, is when a yellow paddle is produced by a judge, and we'll see that at various points throughout this race, it is purely a warning. This is a point from the race walking judge that they are just watching there carefully their actions. Are they going to warn them for a bent knee, or will it be for a loss of contact? There are different paddles they can hold out, 2 different paddles, and that will warn the walker. But there's no sanction, there's no penalty. You could be yellow paddled effectively, or essentially all the way round. It doesn't mean that you're actually going to face any penalty in the race. Mara, just looking at the first time they go past water station, straight in there, straight to the sponges.
Yes, absolutely. Really challenging conditions for the athletes to be competing in tonight. It's hot but also humid. And right from the start, we saw the athletes at the start holding bags of ice. I think Suzuki's got 2 packets of ice in his hands, and he's got something around his neck, which I think is some sort of cooling mechanism. So they will be sweating profusely, heating up, so they'll be doing everything they possibly can from the start to cool themselves down. So round the first bend, we saw the women, all the women's field behind the men, but already now some of the leading women are up there with the tail end of the men's field. The women have started to break 4 hours now for the 50k. The world record 3:59.15 set earlier this year by Hong Lu, who will be competing in the 20k tomorrow. So some of the women, I think, snapping at the heels of the men and putting a little bit of pressure on the men.
Yes, indeed, and Giorgi of Italy right in there amongst a pack of men. We're talking about the ice that we saw in Suzuki's hands. They always say that if you can't get your feet into a puddle of cold water, then they wrapping your hands, getting your hands cold, the surface area of your hands can really help as a cooling action on the body.
Yeah, that's right. So sweat evaporating from the surface of your skin is what cools you down. So the sponges that we saw them using, that will help. And also anything which will cool you down, like holding ice cubes, or I think we'll see at the personal refreshment station some of the athletes taking ice cubes there. So Yusuke Suzuki taking this race by the scruff of the neck right from the start. Suzuki is the world record holder over 20k with a world record of 1:16:36 set back in 2015. And he did his debut over 50k earlier this year and broke the Japanese 50k record on his debut. So big expectations from him today, and only his second outing over 50k.
I think the tactics is going to be very interesting here, and talking to many people before this race tonight, a lot, of course, the preparation is one thing, the tactics once you're out there on the course, how the race unfolds, what will you expect your rivals to do. Denise, in fact, the Frenchman, is known for liking to bolt off and get away, set the pace, set the challenge for the rest to chase. Usually that works for him. Didn't work for him in Rio in the Olympics. But also there was the question, because this is a different time of day, it's a slightly more humid atmosphere than what they would perhaps normally be used to. Would we see a more conservative opening? Would we see a slower pace? And we've gone through the first kilometre in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. And I know you've got some facts and figures there, Mara, on those kind of pacings in these kind of races on those times.
Yeah, so Eleonora Giorgi in the women's race, that 5:17 split was for the leading woman, Giorgi, and that would give her a finishing time of around just outside 4 hours 23 minutes or so. And we'll bring you the men's split in just a moment.
It was 4:57 for Suzuki on the lead pack for the men.
So that gives him a finish time of just outside 4 hours. So the leading men in good conditions are running low 3:30, so 3:35 thereabouts. So somewhat slower today than they would be walking in good conditions. But let's remember, they're only 1k into a 50k race, so a lot can change. It was interesting. So Giorgi there, the Italian, leading the women's race at this early stage. The European 50k record holder. She won the European Race Walking Cup in Alytus in Lithuania earlier this year in 4:04:50, which is a European record. She's had an unfortunate string of disqualifications. She was disqualified in the Beijing 2015 World Championships in the 20k, disqualified at the Rio Olympics and in the 2016 Race Walking Team Championships. So she'll be really looking to complete this race without getting disqualified. In the 50k, where the pace is a little bit slower than the 20k, the likelihood of receiving warnings or red cards for what's called loss of contact is a bit less.
Top there, the Olympic champion, bottle in each hand. You can see the flags of all of the countries lined up for their water and refreshment stations, and there's going to be a lot of stuff landing on the floor and a lot of noise as you can hear them going through that area there. They move from those water stations actually just past the penalty zone. I'll tell you a bit about the penalty zone as the evening goes on, and that comes into play when athletes breach the rules and are actually issued 3 red cards. But so far in these early stages, everybody is all clear. No cards issued in the men so far on our scoring system here in our commentary position.
We saw Cameron Corbishley of Great Britain go through just a moment ago. He is the youngest athlete in this field, 22 years of age. PB of 3 hours 53 and 20 seconds.
Ines Enriquez there, world champion from London in 2017. Just a little smile there and a quick shower for all of them before the bottles go hurled down onto the ground, and lots of officials standing by ready to clear that area, of course. Will not want those walkers to be in any danger of tripping over. Some loose debris on the floor. So up the front there for the men, and it's still Suzuki.
So Suzuki really going for it in these early stages. 31 years old. He's a member of the Fujitsu club in Japan. In Japan, a lot of companies they employ athletes, and the athletes then train full-time or part-time and compete for the company. So he's a member of the company Fujitsu's club. He was injured for a lot of 2016 and 17 and missed both of those seasons, but he's walked his second and fourth fastest times ever over 20k this year, so it looks like he's back to his best. And Noda there, one of the other Japanese athletes in that second group, just behind Olympic champion Tot.
2 kilometers in 4:54, so it's very consistent so far from Suzuki, averaging at 4:55 per kilometer, and he's opened up, as we can see there, a 5-second lead on a 3-man chase pack, and then back 10 seconds back there, the likes of Denise and Katsuki of Japan are in the third group. Well, is this bold? It's certainly brave from Suzuki. The question is, can he sustain a lead taken so early in a race like this? See the lights shining down right on the Corniche. It's a spectacular venue, this, as Suzuki makes that loop round and heads back up towards where the start and finish line is positioned. So that's a look at the men and the women now, with Georgie and Ma there. 2 kilometers they've gone through in 11 minutes and 3 seconds, with a split there of 5:46. So averaging out at around 5.5 minutes for the first 2 kilometers. And that pair with a 7-second gap, as we can see, over the defending world champion Enriquez, who is just trying to peel away a little from that second group.
Fei Ying Ma of China has a PB and season's best of 4:07:30. She's the 4th fastest by season's best in this field, and one member of the very strong Chinese team. China, Italy and Ukraine have full teams of 3 athletes in the women's race, and in the men's there are full teams from China, Japan, Spain, Germany, Poland and Ukraine. Incredible depth in Japan in race walking. We saw Suzuki earlier taking it on in the men's race. The Japanese men swept the podium at the 2018 World Team Race Walking Championships, and they've won 2 bronzes and 1 silver in the last 2 World Championships. So looking to repeat their excellent team performance.
And that was a dominant performance on Chinese soil as well by the Japanese trio on that Saturday morning in Taishan last May, setting their stall out some 17 months or so before these IAAF World Championships.
There's so much depth in Japan that the silver and bronze medalists from last time, Hiroaki Arai and Kai Kobayashi, didn't make the team. They're not in this team from Japan here today.
Håkanes of Norway there, one to look out for on the left of the screen, the white Norwegian vest. Among that chase pack.
Nava there in the green vest from Mexico. This is his 8th consecutive appearance since 2005 in the race walks. There are a number of other men in this field who are regular competitors at the World Championships. Jarkko Kinnunen of Finland, this will be his 7th consecutive World Championships 50k appearance. Matej Tot of Slovakia also, this will be his 7th World Championship appearance. He skipped 2017.
Well, we talked about the judges, 9 of them in all, including a chief judge who will be controlling affairs out there on the race course. They are the group: Anna Froberg, Wang Tak-fong, Yang Zhongmin, Jose Julio Barbosa Diaz, and second group there, Alison Crocker, Marianne Daniel, and then the recorder, Noel Carmody, and Steve Taylor, another race walking judge. Noel Carmody will be based down by the penalty zone area, and he is the man who will receive the confirmation of when a red card could have been brandished by one of those race walking judges. And there is the chief judge on the left, Daniel Michaud, and Dolores Rojas, the assistant, and they are wearing body cams, so this is their view. This is what Daniel and Dolores are seeing right now. They will largely be based around the penalty zone area. So Daniel Michaud, the Canadian race walking chief judge here, he doesn't tend to move too far. And in fact, all those judges rarely move more than around 20 meters from their position on the race course. They also don't brandish a red card. If they see an infringement for a bent knee or loss of contact, you won't actually see them brandish a red card. They will inform another official who is standing next to them, and then that is fed back to Noel Carmody and will be recorded. And the athletes themselves, and we'll show you this at a salient point in the race, they will be able to tell whether they have cards by using the big screens which are positioned just around the penalty zone area.
Just a moment ago, Tony, I think we saw one of the judges showing a yellow paddle to a member of that second group. So the yellow paddle's basically a warning saying, I'm watching you, but it doesn't in any way lead to disqualification.
The women's group, and immediately there, just a taste of how the complexion can change quite quickly. Georgie, remember, went out pretty fast, but the likes of Enriquez, no need to panic in such a long marathon race that will take, well in excess of the 4-hour mark, and potentially more, up towards the 5-hour mark for some. They have just joined Georgie in that front group there.
Enriquez there with the red bib as the defending champion. She's 39 years old, set a world record at the last World Championships in 2017 of 4:05.56, since bettered, of course, twice. But a very, very long career in race walking, stretching over 25 years. Her performance today is her 9th World Championships appearance, and she's done over 120k races. She's the winner of the 2018 European Championships in Berlin, and she was 3rd at the European Race Walking Cup in Alitus in May this year. 4:13.57 she walked there, so some way off her PB, but seems to be in good form this year.
And one of those who's really been pushing hard for the 50 kilometres women's race walk to be a permanent part of the schedule, and she'd actually talked about walking away from the sport potentially if she didn't get the opportunity to go to the 50k. Back to the men and the leader Suzuki, and look there at just what he's doing to keep hydrated.
So Suzuki has just passed one of the personal refreshment stations where the athletes can put their own drinks and refreshments. And as you can see, they can basically put anything they want at those stations within reason. Yesterday in the women's marathon we saw hats full of ice and towels with ice being thrown at them. So there he is with another neckband, which I'm assuming it has ice in it. There is a personal refreshment station, one personal refreshment station on every lap, plus a general refreshment station which has water and sponges.
Also the concentration, because he's got to do that, and believe me, these guys and these women, they are moving fast. They come past our commentary position at times and they sweep past us, and he's got to do all that, get that ice pack out, get it round his neck, tie it together. Wang, we can see if China has got ice around his neck as well. Got to do all that while maintaining their consistency and their performance and their stride pattern and not losing rhythm. So it's a pretty impressive effort.
Yeah. Tony, I had a chat on the phone with Evan Dunphy from Canada, who's competing here today, and he told me about his personal refreshments menu, if I can use that word. So he uses water, sports drink, flat cola drink, gels, caffeine. So any number of, he also has stockings filled with ice, and he'll be exchanging hats filled with ice. So he takes off his hat, gives it to the team official at the personal refreshment station, and they will give him a hat filled with ice. So very, very carefully thought out program of hydration and refueling for the race. And his bottles also are weighed by the team officials so that they can ensure that he's ingesting the right amount of fluid on every lap.
To the women who've just gone past their refreshment stations, it's still Enriquez, the Portuguese defending champion, who has the lead. They're split now for 3 kilometers, so this is their time accumulated to 3 kilometers at 16 minutes and 46 seconds. So they're averaging around 5.5 minutes a split at the moment, 3 kilometers into that race.
So around 5:35 average splits will bring them home outside 4 hours 30. So given that the world record is 3:59, we can see that the conditions really are taking their toll on the pace that these athletes are competing at. It was interesting yesterday in the women's marathon, the winner 2:32, but she is a 2:17 athlete in good conditions. So all the athletes yesterday a lot slower than the times they can complete in good conditions.
Still to see any red cards brandished by any of the judges littered around the course. And that's the lineup of 4 kilometers now on the women's race. So Georgie going through in front, 4 kilometers into the race. And 5.5 minutes or so they were going, and that's last split was just over that mark at 5:37. It's the Italian Becchetti. And the Chinese Walker Lee there now, keeping Georgie company at the front of that leading group. And just saw there, bottle went flying and actually hit one of the walkers just on the leg. Sobchuk down on over on the left-hand side there.
You mentioned, Tony, that this is only the second time there's been a women's 50k at the World Championships. It wasn't part of the program of competition at the London 27 World Championships originally, and then it was brought in at very short notice, just a few weeks before the championships, and there were actually very few, only 7 women competed, and Enriquez of Portugal was the champion. So it's a new event, but going from strength to strength. In today's field we have 24 women competing, so compared to 7 last time, huge increase there. 4 hours broken this year, as we said. The qualification standard for these women to compete here was 4:30, 4 hours 30 to compete here. The women's 50k currently not part of the Tokyo Olympics program for next year. A lot of the walkers, including some of the men, are campaigning to have it included. It's the only event it was the only event in the World Championships where there wasn't an equivalent for the women, so the men and women competing in the same events, and that was part of the campaign to get it included in the London 2017 World Championships. And based on that, still a campaign to get it included in Tokyo 2020. But as of now, the women's 50k won't be part of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics.
Front 3 breaking clear now in the women's race. We're 25 minutes in then, these 2 50k race walks at these IAAF World Championships. Poised and ready, and of what would be and will be a marathon night for them. These the scenes just before the start at 11:30 local time. Then they were off, men and women all together. 70 walkers taking on A mighty challenge along the Corniche. Giorgi set out early, the Italian. Here's the men's chase group now, and it is led by Tot, the Olympic champion from Slovakia. Had some hamstring problems this year, not raced too often across the 50-kilometer mark. Noda with him behind there. And Palmer, and then at the back of that group, well, in some ways missed the race walk from France, Johan Diniz.
Diniz is the third oldest in this field. He's 41 years old, the reigning world champion, world record holder, and also third on the 20-kilometer all-time list with a personal best of 1:17:02 going back to 2005. He has the world lead in 2009 as well, 2019 as well, with 3:37:43. Also three-time European champion from 2006, 2010 and 2014. He said he's going to do 2 more 50Ks, this race today and the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, and then he'll retire. He's the oldest ever male world championship winner across all the events.
Yes, it's a stellar career, isn't it, for Johan Diniz? It all came a little wrong for him in Rio at the Olympics. He sacrificed a big lead there, but still managed to finish the race. You can never predict what might happen. There's the Japanese walker, Tomohiro Noda, 23-year-old. We talked earlier about the warnings that the judges can give these walkers. There are 2 types of paddles, and just watch here what's going to happen to Noda. A yellow paddle, just a warning, and you saw it there. It can be for a bent knee warning or for loss of contact. So Noda just getting a warning there from a judge that they are watching his action carefully. And of course, if he persists in that, he runs the risk of a red card. The athletes, the interesting thing here is they don't know which judge has given them a red card. So when they see the big screen and they see a red card next to their name, they don't know which of the judges has given them that red card.
The part of the rule on contact with the ground is judged by the naked eye. There's no camera technology involved, so the judges are simply using their eyes to judge whether the athletes have lost contact. And what's called flight time, when athletes do have both feet off the ground, which can be judged by the naked eye, is about 40 milliseconds. So the athletes can actually lose contact with the ground, and it's not detectable as long as it's under about 40 milliseconds.
And there is our chief judge, Daniel Michaud, watching carefully just by the penalty zone which is empty so far, but any athlete who gets 3 red cards will face 5 minutes in the penalty zone. Now, 5 minutes in a race like this, you'd think, well, that's it, game over. Well, it's not necessarily always the case. There have been instances where a big-time penalty, you can see someone come back into a race, and of course, if other walkers further ahead, they also face time punishments later on, you can see things shake up. And of course, you can also see walkers really face fatigue and slow down dramatically. We talk about Diniz there and Tot, so there's 2 of the big favourites in that group. Let's just mention the Mexican on the right of the picture in the green vest, and the sunglasses and the green hat. That's Isaac Palmer of Mexico. Now, his younger brother is also a very, very strong international race walker. But Isaac Palmer is not just a good race walker. He actually has played Taekwondo in his time. 28 years of age now, and keeping pace with that chase group. We talked about the board. There it is. And you can see there, next to number 822, And that is Cameron Corbishley of Great Britain, second fastest Briton all time at 50k. Well, he has a card, and it is for a loss of contact. You can tell by that, effectively, that little squiggle on the screen there. That is a loss of contact. So, a card brandished. For Corbishley, who at the moment is some way back down the field in 23rd position. Here's the leader though, and Suzuki, well, he's laying down the gauntlet half an hour into this race. That is a lead that has that 4-man chase pack behind him. Suzuki, well, from the start line, has decided that even in these conditions, his tactic will be to go. There's Corbishley, so he's on 1 red card at the moment, 2 more, remember, and he'll have to go into the penalty zone, formerly known as the pit lane, but renamed now in race walking rules, and he would face 5 minutes in there.
This is the first time at a World Championships that the penalty zone has been used, and when the athletes are given 3 red cards, then they have to serve a penalty. 2 minutes in the 20k and 5 minutes in the 50k.
Front group. And now we have a little group of 3 that's broken away. Remember, not too long ago, some of those women behind there, the left of the picture, were actually forming a much bigger front pack. But now the 2 Chinese athletes have gone away, and Georgie of Italy is the only one to go with them at the moment. And you mentioned before that we had Georgie's had an unfortunate run when it comes to race walking events at major competitions over the 20k distances, and she may well be just better suited technique-wise to the longer distances where she perhaps doesn't have to quite push it in terms of pace. She's had a long run of disqualifications, but has shown significant improvement since she's moved up now to walking at the 50k.
It's interesting, Tony, when somebody has a record of a lot of disqualifications, it makes you wonder whether the judges will be keeping a close eye on her, but we have to assume that in each race the judges just judge that race on its own and don't go back to any previous records of disqualifications by the athletes.
So Yang Rui there, the 2018 World Team 50k champion, set the world record at the time in 4 minutes 4 seconds 4 hours 4 minutes and 36 seconds, I should say. Now that's been bettered by fellow countrywoman Liu Hong, who will go in the 20k. A look further down the field there now at some of the walkers just trailing a little bit towards the rear of the field. It will be a long, long night for them. And Li Maosuo is the leader at the moment, the 26-year-old from the Qinghai province. And she was second in one of the big races of the year in Hangshan, where the world record was broken. So a front 3 for the men, but it's a solitary figure of Suzuki for Japan, who's out there in front, the big screen there for him to have a glance up to if he wants to, still with that ice pack round the neck, the sunglasses on. Looks pretty cool to me at the moment.
Tony currently has a gap back to that chase group of 19 seconds, and through 5k it was 15 seconds, so that gap is getting a little bit bigger. And currently in the chase group, those 4 we saw earlier: Diniz, the reigning champion, Tot of Slovakia, Noda of Japan, and Palmer of Mexico.
You go a further 42 seconds back before you then find that third group, which includes 2 Chinese athletes, Qin Wang and also Yadong Lu, who are at the moment averaging around a 5-minute mark per kilometre. So this is a slow pace in many ways in race walking, but it's not altogether surprising as the clocks tick past midnight local time here now.
Tony, Suzuki's average splits so far per kilometre have been 4:53, which is just outside 4 hours pace. The slowest gold medal winning time in the World Championships to date, and this is the 17th World Championships ever held, was back in 1991 in Tokyo, also known for its very hot, humid summers, and that was 3:53.09, the slowest ever. So at the moment, the leading men outside that time, which just reflects the incredibly tough conditions.
Now look at Denise just making a little bit of a move. This isn't really a typical Johan Denise race. He would normally be pushing it out there early and going to the front, but the question now is going to be whether he's decided that he wants to haul Suzuki in. He doesn't really fancy seeing Suzuki up there 20 seconds or so ahead of him, and so he's just broken away from Tot and Noda, and that is now Suzuki with a lead and Denise in a clear second position now. 41 years of age, the Frenchman, and still at this point in his career, his season's best, 3 hours 37 minutes. That is very, very impressive. He won't be hitting that kind of time overnight tonight, but this is about winning a world crown. It's not necessarily about a time. Denise, though, if we do just focus on times a little bit, has got the record margin of victory in a championship. 8 minutes and 5 seconds was his gap in winning in London 2 years ago.
This is Denise's 7th World Championship 50k appearance. He's won 12 national titles from 5,000 metres on the track up to 50k on the road. And he's been preparing for this championships in Font-Romeu in the Pyrenees in southern France, and also in Rheims for some heat acclimatisation. So Denise in hot pursuit of the current leader, Yusuke Suzuki from Japan.
So Denise driving on a little bit now and closing the gap, one would sense, and certainly extending the gap over the chasing Tot and Noda. So the men's race shaping up quite interestingly now. Suzuki's early burst, Denise, the defending champion, just starting to press. So the contrast in the women's race is that we still have a little pack of 3 at the front. It's the 2 Chinese walkers, Georgie still there of Italy. And they have a 20-second gap over the chase pack, which is led by the defending champion Enriquez.
Ri Liang there, one of the Chinese athletes. She's currently top of the world rankings and former world record holder. And her compatriot Mao Suo Li has made huge progress in the last couple of years, 26 years of age. Liang there, 25.
So that front trio, the 2 red vests, the blue of Italy. The light's fantastic, it's incredible. It's like pure daylight when you go out. And we had a little wander up the course earlier on, didn't we, Mara? And it was, it's warm out there, but it's a wonderful setting, isn't it? And a pretty basically flat, little bend as it curls round as the Corniche does.
I think this is actually a really good course for competing. The road surface is very good, nice and smooth, no undulations, no gravel really on the road. Some of the women marathon runners yesterday said it was a really good, fast course if it hadn't been so hot and humid. So very fast course, a little bit of wind, but not much. But to be honest, a little bit of breeze does tend to make the conditions feel a little cooler. So I think some of these athletes will be welcoming a bit of breeze.
And that's not a hive of bees or anything that you can hear in the distance. That's just our drone floating above them, giving you those wonderful pictures across the course.
So at the last 8 split we received at 8 kilometres, the gap from Suzuki to Denise was down to 9 seconds, and Suzuki to Tot 17 seconds. So Denise closing quite fast on Suzuki. Obviously doesn't want him to get too far ahead. in these early stages.
Yes, so he's effectively halved that deficit in pretty quick time as well, hasn't he? So Denise is split. Well, 4:47 from Denise. So, and that was a full 10 seconds quicker than Suzuki. So exactly why that lead is halved like it has. But so Denise going in at 4:47, and now that's an interesting kind of mark to look at. Denise's 10K splits when he won the World Championship in 2017. His first 10, he went out in 44:28. It gives you an idea of where the pace is. Bottom right of the screen there, the clock on the time there, 41:22 they're going through, and obviously they're still approaching the 9th kilometre. So this is going to be considerably slower than the London times. Suzuki then from Denise, and it's a pack of 3 chasing behind. Reminder again, just some of the things we're looking out for here across this course. As Suzuki leads for the men. The paddles issued by the judges, just warnings for bent knees or a loss of contact. But then persistent infringement will bring a red card. You get 3 of those red cards, and you're going to spend some time in the company of the lovely officials in the penalty zone. And you go there at the first available opportunity. So you could get a 3rd red card and have a kilometre and a half or so of the lap still to go, but you will eventually be ushered in, and you'll have to spend 5 minutes. And that 5 minutes, that must feel like an eternity when you're in a race and you have to spend 5 minutes watching everyone else walking past.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes really is such a long time. I mean, you could think, oh, can't the athletes have a bit of a rest? But I was speaking to Tom Bosworth a few weeks ago. He'll go in the 20K tomorrow, British athlete, and he said sometimes it's actually you stiffen up and it's difficult to get going again. Depends a little bit when in the race a penalty zone. You have to go into the penalty zone. If it's later in the race, it's more difficult to get going.
Now, here we go. Steve Taylor on the right there, the judge, and there you can see a loss of contact. And a quick note from the judge, but remember, that's just a warning. And that was for Horacio Nava, the Mexican, 37 years of age now. There's plenty of veterans in this field. We'll pick him out for you as well at some point because there's a wonderful story behind the Spaniard, Jesus Angel Garcia, who is out there walking tonight. He's 49 years of age, and he was the world champion in 1993.
Amazing to be competing in the World Championships at age 49. He was 4th in the Beijing 2008 Olympics, 5th in Athens in 2004, and won 3 silver medals in the World Championships in 2001, 1997 and 2009.
Now we've moved our cameras to Corbishley of Great Britain, and he was the first walker to actually find himself sanctioned with a red card, and you can see there now he's going to be going to the penalty zone because 822, that's his number, and well, they've got his number for the penalty zone now because he's going to be heading there at the next available opportunity. So 3 red cards, 2 of them loss of contact, 1 for bent knee, so the judges will forward that to the British recorder, it is actually, who's in the tent. And so Corbishley, if he doesn't know yet, and he may well know because he may well have been told this by one of the officials, one of his support staff to the side, or he may have seen it, or he'll get a chance to see it when he comes around the bend and sees the screen. He will make his way into the penalty zone. He's going to have to spend 5 minutes there. So that is a blow very early for the Great Britain walker, Cameron Corbishley.
The youngest in the field, 22 years of age. And the other British athlete in the field, Dominic King, he has been issued a red card as well for bent knee, but only 1 card for him at the moment.
João Vieira of Portugal, by the way, is in that group there. He's just at the front with the white cap and the green Portuguese vest. Corbishley is just behind him, and he is competing at the age of 43 at this championships, and he's medalled at 2 European championships over 20K, but here born back in 1976, and at 43 years of age taking on the challenge.
He's the second oldest in this field. And he's also entered for the 20K, which takes place next Friday. So some of these athletes attempting a race walk double at these championships. The women's 20K race walk takes place tomorrow night, so very, very unlikely we'll see any, and in fact I don't think any are entered in both, but one or two of the men. Evan Dunphy of Canada also entered into the 20K. It's actually his birthday today, 29 years old today. Quentin Roux of New Zealand was also entered into the 20. Some of the athletes, if they've... So Denise there has caught the lead of Suzuki. So Denise really put his foot down to close that gap. He obviously didn't want Suzuki getting too far away in these early stages. And let's see if he just hangs in there for a moment or tries to take the lead from Suzuki.
And if you look at this race, it's such a long race, of course, and there's almost a series of chapter headings. Well, this is another moment in the race here, isn't it? Because as they come round that bend, Denise has shut down Suzuki, a 19-second lead, remember, he had only a couple of kilometers ago. He has put his foot down now, and he's pressing on the leader at this early stage. So we now have a two-man group at the front, broken away from Tot, Noda, and the Mexican Palmer, and then the rest to follow. 30 seconds back now, but 13 seconds separate Suzuki and Denise. And remember, Suzuki was pushing around a 20-second lead earlier in this race.
Incredible change of speed there from Denise to close that gap.
Yes, 4:52 for his last kilometre to Suzuki's 4:59. So he shattered 16 seconds off Suzuki. These are the chasers and those further back down the field. Caparaso of Italy, Vieira, Corbishley, who's going to be heading to the penalty zone shortly, where he'll sit out for 5 minutes. The Irish, of course, have got form in this event. Rob Heffernan. And all manner of headgear on there. Brendan Boyce is representing Ireland this time. He was fourth in the European Cup over 50K in 2017. Here's the front pair, though, taking advantage again of refreshment. Denise with a bottle of water. Suzuki again has got that little pack of goodies. His special formula he would have worked on with the members of the Japanese medical and support staff. Quick swig, down goes the bottle as well. And he's just pushing away and saying to Denise, well, you came up on my shoulder. No, I prefer it out here on my own. So he's just moved it away from him again. And that ice pack just going in and into the cat. He's going to leave it. Well, they'll do anything to stay cool.
When I was competing in hot conditions, Tony, I often used to put cold water on my head just before the race started, so my hair was wet, my head felt cold, and down the back of my neck, legs, anything that can help you to stay cool in these tough conditions.
Now, let's be honest, you ran pretty well. You weren't bad at what you did in the marathon, were you? A couple of Olympics, medals at Commonwealth Games, you know. What was it like for you, the preparing, when you knew you were going somewhere which would be very different to your natural climate? What kind of work and things did you have to put into place as part of your plan? And how long did you have to kind of plan for that?
So the hottest race I competed in was the 2007 World Championships in Osaka in Japan. And it was 30 degrees at the start and 32 degrees at the finish. The start was at 7 a.m. And there is Corbishley going into the penalty zone to serve his penalty for 5 minutes.
Yes, and you saw that yellow paddle was brandished, and on that paddle is the letter M preceded by the number 5. So Corbishley straight away knows he's facing 5 minutes, and he's got to now just consider his options for the rest of this race. He's got to stay loose as well. You can see there have been 3 other red cards brandished so far, including another to a British walker.
So Mark Tour of Spain and Hawkenes of Norway, in addition to Dominic King of Great Britain, also on 1 card. The scoreboard in the background at the penalty zone there with a countdown clock for Corbishley's penalty. You can see with the red strip at the top with his name, his number, country designation and time he still has to spend. So there are the scoreboards listing the penalties, various athletes. These numbers are the men and women all mixed up together.
Now Enriquez has joined the leading pack. So the defending world champion up there now alongside the two Chinese athletes and Georgie of Italy. So the dynamic changes a little bit there. Anyway, I got so excited about the penalty zone. We interrupted you telling us about preparing for endurance competition in hot weather.
That's right. So the 2007 World Championships in Osaka in Japan, I spent 2 weeks immediately before the race in hot weather in Tokyo, training in Tokyo, and the start was at 7 a.m. so on race day I had to get up at 3 a.m. in order to have my breakfast in time. I would have a huge breakfast before a marathon. So 2 weeks before the race I started getting up at 3 o'clock. I would go out running at 4 or 5 when it was still reasonably cool. You can't just go to a hot place and just go straight out into the heat of the day, so I would start off very early, reasonably easy runs, and then after a few days, after I'd built up a little bit of acclimatization, I would go out later in the day and for longer runs. And by the end of 2 weeks, 30 degrees, 32 degrees on race day, that sounds very hot, but actually it wasn't too bad. I felt okay. So the heat acclimatization worked. And why 2 weeks? Well, I decided that 3 weeks or 4 weeks would be too long. There's a danger that you end up getting sort of run down, overtired, not recovering, not sleeping well if you're in hot weather for too long. So I limited it to 2 weeks, and that worked very well. So Suzuki on his own again. It looks like he's dropped Denise. Let's try and get you the latest splits and we can confirm that that is the case.
Yes, Denise has gone right back to join the group he left. It looks like Denise may have just had to take a comfort break, and so that has allowed Suzuki to just clear away. So interestingly, because Denise had exerted that energy, and he's now back with the chase pack. So at the 10K mark now, we can just have a look at the time that Suzuki, the leader, went through. So he went through in 49 minutes 11 seconds. Now back in London 2 years ago, in a very different climate of course, Denise went through the first 10 in 44 minutes and 28 seconds. So they are some 5 minutes slower on this pace in this now beyond midnight race local time. Tot and Noda, and then right at the background there you can see Denise. So you can actually see the kind of time he's lost, probably some 30 seconds or so on the leader Suzuki. And we'll keep an eye on the defending champion and whether he is starting to feel the effects at what is still pretty early stage of this race. It's fascinating hearing you talking about your experiences, Mara, as getting ready for these and these hot conditions and things. How much did your mental side play into this? How much did you have to sit and think about what you were taking on, as well as obviously doing the physical training to get your body ready for it?
Yeah, I mean, any big race like this takes a lot of mental preparation. I mean, the heat adds another dimension, but I guess you have to strike a balance between getting some adrenaline going, and that will help you to deliver your best performance, but also just not allowing that to ruin your race. And you know, you want to be on your best form on race day. So it's all about you know, doing the best training and other preparations. So
yeah, Corbishley now on the countdown. Chief Judge Daniel Michaud there on the right with the orange armband, and away goes Corbishley back into the race, but he's had 5 minutes, 300 of the slowest seconds of his life while he's had to be in that penalty zone, and now he rejoins the race, and you can see there he's got many of the women walkers in their race just behind him. And now, well, good moment to talk mental focus, just talk about how you did it. What about for him here? What will he be thinking? He's just had to sit tight for 5 minutes and he's watching the rest of the men, of course, on the other side of the course.
Yeah, so he's way back now, but also the key thing for him now is if he gets one more red card, he's disqualified. So a lot of pressure on him now to just really make sure, and he's only at 10k into the race, if that, so a long way to go for Corbishley with that disqualification concern hanging over him. So really needs to think about his technique, that loss of contact on the ground, maintaining contact with the ground, and keeping his lead leg straight.
Now there's Suzuki just communicating presumably with support staff, having to make a big detour there to take on some more fluid. 21-second lead for the Japanese walker. Impressive display from him so far, but so far still to go. Chase group. The Olympic champion, Tot Noda, who we saw warned, remember, for loss of contact earlier on. Just a paddle warning for him. The highest ranking walker in the race so far who has had a card is Havard Harkenes of Norway. He's back in 6th place at the moment, and he's been penalised with one red card for a loss of contact penalty.
And we're also seeing that Artur Brozowski of Poland is on 2 red cards, 1 for knee and 1 for loss of contact. So if he gets a third, he'll be into the penalty zone.
And there, drenched in sweat, the Ukrainian athlete on the right of the 2 Ukrainians. That's Marian Zakhalinski, and the 2018 European champion over 50 kilometers. He actually comes into this race as the #1 ranked race walker in the IAAF ranking system, if not the fastest walker this year. But at the moment, he's in that group further back. And for much of the time, he had been accompanied by Valery Litanyuk, the fellow 25-year-old. But now he's just moved away from him a little. Well, Suzuki looks pretty composed and in control at the moment. There we saw him communicating what he wanted, so he's got his bag of tricks there and the 2 bottles of water.
It looked to me there, Tony, like the Japanese official who gave Suzuki his refreshment was actually on the next door table, which had a Korean flag, but there are no Koreans entered in this race. So looks like that table was empty and they decided they were going to use it. So no Koreans in this race.
So a Japanese leader in the men's race. Let's move back to the women, and we can see now we have a break made by Mao Suo Lee of China. There she is in the red vest just to the left of the picture, just little movement away from the likes of Enriquez and Georgie there behind, and a fellow Chinese athlete. Now, Mao Suo Lee, 7th in the Chinese national games, a 20k walker a lot of the time as well. She was 2nd though in what was really the best race of the year, where the world record was set in Huangshan, and that was by Hong Liu, who, as we mentioned at the top of our broadcast, will be among those contesting the 20k race walk for women. So with the world record holder Hong Liu not involved, there's a big opportunity for her fellow countrywoman Mao Suo Lee.
The lead women went through 10k in 55:18, which gives them a finish time of around 4 hours and 36 minutes. So Corbishley there, back in the race, just catching up the leading women, trying his best to get back to the men's field.
And they'll draw some strength from the crowd that is spread across this 2-kilometre circuit, won't they? Lining the Corniche well after midnight now, local time. Temperatures just dropping below 30 Celsius. How much did that both having support stuff, but also just hearing a bit of support from people on the side. How much did you draw from that when you were competing?
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. The people on the personal refreshment stations, they're generally team officials, usually people in charge of the endurance event, so that they know what they're doing. You're limited to 2 officials per table, I think. But generally out on the course, yeah, it makes a huge difference. I have a slightly unusual name, so when I've run the London Marathon before, I've had people cheering me as Maria, Mary, Moira, all manner of names. There is actually a Mara in this race, a Mara Ribeiro of Portugal. I think she's got to be my foursome for the win.
I was going to say, you're keeping a close eye on her. Well, as quickly as we said there was a leader breaking away, then they're back together. So it's a foursome once more, leading at the front for the women. As we head back over to see the men's race, where it's been all about Suzuki so far. But there is the chase pack. Todd, the Olympic champion, the Mexican Palmer, and Tomohiro Noda of Japan. Now they're 29 seconds behind, Mara.
Our computers are telling us that Johan Diniz, the defending champion, is way back down in 12th place. I'm not sure if that's just because of the break that he took, or if he's struggling in some way. But Johan Diniz now down in 12th place, and Suzuki now has a gap of 29 seconds, and the yellow paddle there being showed to Palmer, that was for bent knee. So Palmer of Mexico there having a yellow paddle. So this second group, some 29 seconds down on Suzuki at 12k, and the third group behind them, another 20 seconds or so behind. That includes Nava Håkanes of Norway, who's on 2 bent knee red cards, and Qin Wang of China.
So this is interesting. And now the Diniz's race is going to be an interesting one to just break down, considering he's somebody who usually likes to go out early, go to the front. He joined a chase pack, then he decided enough was enough, pushed hard to get up to Suzuki, appears to have paid the price for that very quickly, and has dropped back down the field. He won the gold in 2017 in London. He was a silver medalist back in 2007. But Suzuki really held off that challenge and has opened up the lead again. His split average at 12 kilometers is 4 minutes 55. He's done the last kilometer in just under that in 4 minutes 53. Way quicker though than the rest of the field. Tots is the next quickest. They've just gone through in 5 minutes and 1 second, so they're a full 8 seconds behind on the last 1,000 kilometers alone. And that is why that man there has established a very strong lead of a half minute now at this point. A little glance at the watch there as well from Suzuki. At the moment, this is his race, but we will say so many more times. As you see the lap counter there, 19 more to go. And they're at the 13k mark, and there is Diniz. So what do you reckon, Maro? Are we seeing a Frenchman losing his grip on his world title?
To be honest, he looks okay to me there. I'm slightly concerned if he had to go for go off to the toilet. I'm just wondering if he's got stomach problems and that's slowing him down. But he looks okay there, and I think he's just working his way back through the field, wearing the red bib of the defending champion. As soon as we get another split, we'll bring you news of where Diniz is and how he's going through the field. So as of Suzuki through 13k, as of 12k, Diniz was still in 12th place, some 1 minute and 4 seconds behind Suzuki, the leader. So a number of athletes getting red cards now. Brozowski of Poland, we said already, had 2 cards.
Håkanes as well is now on 2.
Yep, Atto Ibanez of Sweden also on 2 for bent knee. So lots of these athletes on two red cards. Also Wen Binyu of China.
Over to the women then, as we leave Diniz for the moment, with 19 laps for him to go. And here is the front pack. They are a group of 3 because it just looks like Mao Suo Lee has, well, she's lost her lead, but she's also just dropped off that threesome there. So It is Liang Rui, who just has that title of leader for the moment, although at this stage really it's a front three with Georgie and Enriquez, and certainly we won't discount Mao Suo, who's there as well, the four. But that is a group that really feel very detached now from the rest of the group, and they're detached to the level of some 34 seconds from the rest of the field, and there they are with just Ma of China.
Interestingly, none of the women have any red cards yet, so we've seen quite a few red cards in the men's race already, Corbishley having served a penalty, but none of the women so far on any red cards, and the leaders through 12k. Burnett, Katie Burnett of the USA there, the sole representative of the USA. She did a 50,000. Katie Burnett did a 50k race on the track. She competed in the Pan American Games in Lima in August this year, but did not finish.
Now then, we were just going to bring you news of possibly the first athlete to drop out, and that's Dmitry Zubin of Belarus. But there is Noda, who was one of those in that chase pack in the men's 50k race, but it appears Noda may well be on the brink of ending his World Championship bid here. Talking to team officials, he'd received a couple of paddle warnings. I don't think he considers himself to be quite out yet, but these are key moments for him to decide whether he wants to continue. We will not expect to see everybody complete this course tonight. That is not something you will regularly see in race walking wherever it stays.
I think Noda was suffering from cramp there, or some kind of, he was putting water on his hamstrings there, so I think suffering possibly from cramp, which is possible in these conditions where you're sweating profusely. You can easily lose your electrolytes. It's not all about energy. You need the salts. So if you're sweating profusely and you're not replacing those salts, you can easily develop cramp. So Denise there doing his best to get back into this race. The last split had Denise in 13th place, so not at the moment. And the gap to the leader, 1 minute and 10 seconds from Denise, so not at the moment closing on the leaders.
And there is Quentin Roux of New Zealand, the record holder. We just saw there a shot of him a few moments ago. 35-year-old who's drenched in sweat at this stage. Ibanez of Sweden, the ice pack hanging from the front of the cap. Further back down the field, I think from Greece. And there is the Belarusian, and that is Zubin, whose race is over. It's a disappointment for him.
It's a bit of a surprise. He was one of the favourites in this race, the bronze medalist from the 2018 European Championships from Belarus, so his race over.
Now then, Suzuki at 14 kilometers, extending the lead over the chase pack. He's now up to 35 seconds, and he went through the last split in 4 minutes and 54 seconds for the last 1,000, for the last kilometer. And behind him, Palmer and Tott now 40 seconds off that pace, and some 5 seconds slower for their last kilometre. Still Denise back down with the larger groups of walkers back down the field.
And our computers are telling us that Brzozowski of Poland, who we mentioned a moment ago with 2 red cards, now has 3 red cards, 2 for Bentley and 1 for loss of contact, so he will also be going into the penalty zone the next time he reaches it.
So we're 1 hour and 10 minutes into this race, Mara, and for virtually all of it, Suzuki has ploughed a lone furrow, hasn't he? He's been on his own, mentally, what kind of things are you going through when you go into a more focused, isolated role like he's got?
I think Suzuki came into this race with a plan, and that was to win it. He went straight to the front right from the start. He obviously didn't care about what anybody else was doing. He wanted to walk his own race. He's the world record holder in the 20K, don't forget, and he's walked his second and fourth fastest times over 20K in 2009, so in great form. He broke the Japanese 50K record on his debut, so, and this is only his second race at 50K, so I think he just has his plan and he's doing it.
Well, we mentioned the penalty zone. We saw Corbishley of Great Britain in there. And here is the Polish athlete, Brzozowski, taking advantage of the supplies. Now, it's interesting here just to see, you can see him reaching into the cool box there for ice and water. Now, you wouldn't normally get that in the penalty zone, but it's been allowed tonight due to the warmer conditions that the race walkers are facing. So a 5-minute penalty, remember, that's for 3 red cards. Just worth reminding people, join our broadcast wherever you are around the world. 71 minutes into these 2 races. The progression of steps that race walking is so taken that the walker makes contact with the ground and at no visible to the eye loss of contact occurs. So the advancing leg has got to be straightened from the moment of first contact with the ground until the vertical upright position. You don't conform with that, you end up eventually in the penalty zone like that. And there we see Daniel Michaud. Well, he was a very calmly spoken French-Canadian when we had a chat with him earlier, but he's just proved he's got a bit of a temper on him as well when he needs to.
Yeah, making sure Brzozowski stays in the right place.
So from the penalty zone to the leaders in the women's race, and they're really alternating. Every time we go back, you see a different complexion of this race. So a front 4, and Mao Suo Li of China, who dropped back behind those 3 briefly, has gone back past them now and into the lead.
And their third teammate, Fei Ma, is some 1 minute and 10 seconds down on this group. She's in the 3rd chasing group, and the second group is 2 Ukrainians. So Ukraine, really a really strong country in race walking. They have 3 athletes in this competition. So Olena Sobchuk in 5th place and Kristina Yudkina of Ukraine in 5th and 6th place. They're the chasing group. Kristina Yudkina of the Ukraine in 6th place. She was 4th at the Europeans, and with her teammates who finished 2nd and 5th, they won the European Team Championships. Those extra 2 not competing today here, but Ukraine very strong in women's race walking. So Lee just trying to get away from that leading group of 4 in the women's race.
Looping round against the backdrop of the water there. It's a beautiful scene on this 2-kilometer track. They used a circuit of 7 kilometers for the marathon last night.
Yep, 6 laps of 7 kilometers plus the extra 195 meters between the start and finish right at the end. And they even had a bell. And no women still, no women with red cards. Not a single red card appearing yet in the women's race.
So that's where we are. That's Al Corniche Street, effectively. And the 2-kilometer loop runs right along there. All those floodlights installed. And that's the Persian Gulf. You can see glistening in the foreground. And the night skies and the towers of a lit-up Doha. Early on a Sunday morning here now locally. 1:45 in the morning it is. Away to the left-hand side is the port area. And down there on the circuit, the leader in the men's race, It's Suzuki of Japan at 15 kilometers now, and getting a little quicker as well. 4:52 for his last kilometer. And he has the chase behind him of Harmer and Tott, who are now 45 seconds behind him, and it's a further 67 seconds back you have to go before you find another Mexican in Nava, and then Qin of China, and the Ecuadorian Choco, and Johan Diniz, the defending champion, has settled back into 12th place. There's Dominic King, third fastest Briton of all time over this distance. Driving hard, 36 years of age now.
Dominic King currently in 39th place. Our computers are telling us he's had 3 red cards for Bentley, so he also will be going into the penalty zone. So we're seeing quite a few athletes going into the penalty zone now. One of the other Japanese athletes, Suzuki's teammate Hayato Katsuki, he won the 2018 Asian Games last year, despite serving a 5-minute penalty at 34 kilometers.
Okay, if you get a stop, you can tell her to get off. She's going to get down. Tell her.
And there's Cameron Corbishley of Great Britain. Unfortunately, it's bad news to bring him and British audiences, because Cameron Corbishley will be disqualified. He has, in fact, received a 4th red card. May not be aware of that yet, but there is the strike, and he will be having to do completely another full lap before he's actually at the next opportunity going to be brought out of the race by Daniel Michaud.
Yeah. Give him what you do. Yeah.
So this is a tough moment for Corbishley as we go back to the leaders and see Suzuki reaching for more refreshments. What's he going to bring out this time? Well, this is the ice on the neck. Gone for black this time. It was white earlier.
Suzuki really...
And there we are. We see the end for Corbishley, and the red card, and his World Championships is over. Great disappointment for the British walker. Cameron Corbishley disqualified 78 minutes in to the 50k race.
Corbishley did his first 50k back in March, went to 2nd on the UK all-time list. So this was only his 2nd attempt at 50k. He was part of the silver medal winning team, British team at the European Race Walking Cup in Lithuania in May, along with his teammate Dominic King, and the 2 British athletes who will be going in the 20k next week, Tom Bosworth and Callum Wilkinson. So very disappointing finish for Cameron Corbishley, the youngest in the field and the first athlete to be disqualified in this men's 50k race walk.
Yeah, it's a disconsolate figure for and feeling, I'm sure, for Cameron Corbishley. Cap off, the British vest drenched in sweat. His championships is over, but for Suzuki of Japan, he maintains the lead, maintaining that rhythm. One of the challenges for walkers, they're used to doing a certain pace. We were talking a little bit earlier on about how the tactics would work for this race, and actually not just a case for them of saying, well, it's a little bit warmer, so I'm just going to slow down a bit. It's not as easy to do that because you have a rhythm, you have a style, a routine.
Yeah, I mean, so Suzuki is currently going at about 4:05 pace based on his last split, but he's done just outside 3:30 odd, so he's going much slower than his personal best. In the Beijing Olympics, Tony, it was supposed to be very, very hot, and we all prepared accordingly, but then there was an almighty downpour 2 days before the women's marathon, and we ended up we ended up going very slowly the first 15 kilometers, and then the eventual winner took off, and we all let her go because it was very hot, and she ended up winning the race. So
interesting just point for you here. Suzuki there, and you see Ma of China. Men and women on the course at the same time. They started at the same time. Advantageous for the women? I mean, is it different for either the men or the women? Does it change the complexion of the race that there are two races going on their course at the same time?
yeah, I mean, you'd think that it would be tempting for the women to use the men for drafting, if you like. Although, I mean, unless it's a windy day, I don't think drafting is necessarily going to be that beneficial. And also, they're going at pretty different speeds. I mean, since they've started off together, it's not unthinkable that a male walker from the same team, the same country team, as a female walker could help the female walker if the male walker isn't necessarily in the fight for the medals. We haven't seen any evidence of that, and the field is pretty strung out now, so there's no question really of any obstruction going on. But so not at the moment aware of any drafting going on. So Dominic King, our computers are telling us he's on 3 red cards, so he'll be going into the penalty zone very shortly. So both British athletes.
And interestingly, the consistency that where King has been punished by the judges is all 3 occasions for instances of a bent knee. So that is something that has been picked up by 3 different judges. Of course, he won't know which ones around the course. There are 9 of them in all, including a chief judge, and he will be going to the penalty zone. Suzuki continues to lead in this men's race. Head back over to the women's 50k, which is now a Chinese 1-2.
And we've had news of 1 red card having been issued in the women's race, which went to Eliane Pereira of Brazil. Season's best of 4:29, 33, 35 years of age. She's the sole representative from Brazil in this race. She was second in a 50k in the USA earlier this year, competing there as a guest. 6th in the Dudince 50k in Slovakia, and 5th in the Pan American Games 50k. So she is now on 1 red card for bent knee.
There's a relative level of inexperience across this field in general for the women. A notable exception is in this group that we're looking at now in Enriquez. But of course there aren't a huge number of 50k women's races staged across the world in any one year. Just interesting, as we look at that group there, you can see our excellent volunteers in the background in the green polo shirts, very quickly picking up any debris that's left on the course. Sponges, bottles, ice packs go hurtling down onto the ground.
Yeah, we've seen all manner of things in the marathon yesterday. Towels were being thrown out, we've seen hats being thrown, so quite a job for the officials to get all that off the course and avoid any accidents. If the athletes do trip over something on the course and end up losing contact with the ground, it's up to the discretion of the judges whether they deem that to be an infraction of the rules. The rules do state that judges have to be sure that the athletes have broken the rules and give the athletes the benefit of the doubt. So
now, we told you about the disqualification of one of the British walkers in this 50k race. Now some 84 minutes into it, Cameron Corbishley already disqualified, and as we continue to see that leading pack of women walkers, we also reflected a few moments ago on Dominic King, and there he goes into the penalty zone. And Dominic King has the countdown clock on him. Now, Suzuki is leading, but news from out amongst the men is that the defending champion, Johan Diniz, has retired from the race. So Diniz his hopes of defending the title. He dropped down to around 12th place, but at 1 hour and 20 minutes into the race, called it a day. So his hopes of joining the likes, or the only multiple gold medalist at a World Championships, Robert Korzeniowski of Poland, winner in '97, 2001 and 2003. Well, Denise's hopes to get up there, sitting alongside Korzeniowski in the record books. Well, they're over for this World Championships. The 41-year-old has dropped out of the race. So that's the biggest casualty so far in this 50K race. And Suzuki continues to lead, and he won't particularly know it probably at the moment, but he may well get an idea of it later. That one of his big rivals for gold is no longer out there. Todt is now on his own in a chase pack of one, effectively. 1 minute and 15 seconds behind, but Todt himself has moved away from a group that includes the Chinese athlete Qin and also Haukenes of Norway, who is on 2 reds at the moment. So he's in danger of finding himself in the penalty zone. And Yadong Lu of China also in that group. But it's Todt, the Olympic champion we're looking at the moment, sponge in hand, rounding that bend and heading back down along the Corniche. The water to his right, the supporters there as well.
Matej Tot's gold medal in Rio was the first athletics Olympic medal for Slovakia, and he was also second in the Berlin European Championships back in 2018 last year. He's had injury trouble earlier this year with hamstring injuries, but reportedly in good shape coming into this World Championships. He's also third on the all-time list, so very accomplished athlete Todt from Slovakia.
And we saw Group 5 just going through the shot there, including this year's world-ranked #1 walker, the 2018 European champion from Ukraine, Marian Zakilinsky. There's the man at the front, though. Suzuki's dictated this race completely. He's sent a powerful message out to the rest, hasn't he?
Absolutely. His lead over Todt was 1 minute and 15 at 17K. Just gone through 18K for Suzuki, still on an average of 4:53 per kilometre.
So out there on his own, there's Todt. And there's the group behind him there. And that is Qin of China, Qin Wang. And he's also joined there by Liu Yadong.
Still fairly early days in this race, Tony, and in such difficult conditions, I think it's possible that some of the athletes who started off a little bit steady might come through in the final stages, especially if we see more disqualifications. Evan Dunphy of Canada, we mentioned earlier, he's certainly one of those athletes, currently in 14th place. And Quentin Roux of New Zealand in 19th. When I spoke to them a few weeks ago, Quentin definitely said he would be going off at a steady pace and looking to come through the field as the race progressed. Brendan Boyce of Ireland in 13th place. Ireland has a rich history in race walking. Robert Heffernan, who we mentioned earlier, won this championship back in 2013 in Moscow. And in the women's side, Olive Loughlin was the winner at the Berlin 2009 World Championships.
Just saw King in the foreground, has come out of the penalty zone and is back into the race, but of course now significantly back down the field, having served a 5-minute time penalty. This has gone through there, starting to space out a little, and then there's a clutch group here of women walkers. Field, the Irishman. There is King, and looking at the clock, Danielle Michaud giving him the all clear. back out he goes. You can see he's only about 100 meters from the finish line at that point. Talking of 100 meters from the finish line, a good moment to talk about when we talk about cards and sanctions and paddles and all those different aspects of race walking. As we look at top there, second place for him at the moment, minute 31 behind Suzuki. But the chief judge, Daniel Michaud, who we've seen quite a lot early on, well, he of course can disqualify any athlete in the last 100 meters, regardless of how many red cards he or she may have, if he feels they're trying to gain an unfair advantage. So it's not like you can have the leader in your sights, get to 100 meters from the end, have only one red card and think, right, I'm just going to absolutely put it down and just push the boundaries as far as possible. That won't work, because what would happen in the moments after the race being concluded is that Daniel Michaud would brandish or would just outright disqualify them.
That's right, that's exactly what happened to Jane Saville back in the 2000 Sydney Olympics. She was approaching the finish of the Olympics in the lead, about to win the gold medal, and was disqualified in the final moments.
And here is the women's race progressing with Enriquez, the defending world champion, former world record holder. She's seen that mark bettered 7 times since he set it. And just reflecting back on the incident involving Jane Saville back in Sydney, that led to a rule change about disqualification and about how you would be disqualified after coming across the line and finishing like that. So you live and you learn in these sports.
Yes, athletes can of course launch appeals, so athletes are allowed to finish in those circumstances, just in case an appeal is launched and the chief judge is overruled.
So just past the 90-minute mark in these 2 race walks, we're live at the IAAF World Championships. Early Sunday morning now here in Doha, the capital city of Qatar. The second day of these championships complete over at the Khalifa Stadium, where there was 100 meters gold medal for Christian Coleman of the United States. He's a world champion, and here in the early hours we will see 2 world champions crowned on the road. Those buildings in the background they've just gone past actually house our commentary box and also the statisticians and the technical officials as well, providing the data that we're able to bring you. So just 2 at the front now, and for the women it's Yang Rui and Inês Enriquez of Portugal. So the story so far for them. So much focus on staying hydrated in any race walk. Giorgia of Italy up there in the early stages with Enriquez. Proving a good night for Japanese walkers so far. Faces of concentration, and there is the scene. That whole lit area on the curve, the bend of the Corniche, and back down on the road the men's leader is Suzuki.
We saw Suzuki earlier putting an ice pack into his hat. The jury is a bit out on whether ice really is helpful. Of course it does feel nice and cool, but it also can give your body a signal that you're cool, and therefore the body's own cooling systems would switch off effectively. So some people say using ice really works, but others say it's better not to have ice on your skin because that may shut down the body's cooling temperatures. But Suzuki obviously decided the ice packs are helpful for him. A lot of water on the road there around the drink station could possibly lead to some of these athletes slipping later on. And of course the road surface will be very hot, so as soon as it gets wet, that water will be evaporating and possibly increasing the already very high levels of humidity.
Yeah, right up there above the floodlights that are beaming down on that surface. You're absolutely right, Mario. It will be warm down there on those roads, and there is that threat. You can see, particularly from that top shot, we were able to bring you that just how wet it is around those water filling stations. And Suzuki continuing to extend the lead, and noticeably Todd has dropped back, having been on his own in a second group. He's now nearly 2 minutes behind the leader, so the Olympic champion seeing the gap widen.
And on our last split through 19k, Todd was back down in 5th place, and Håkanes of Norway, currently on 2 red cards, was in 2nd place, and Kien of China in 3rd. But Håkanes some 1 minute and 52 seconds behind Suzuki at 19k, so Suzuki extending his lead all the time.
It's going to be a very, very tough challenge for these walkers here. We've seen a couple of men drop out already, including the defending world champion Johan Diniz. Some disqualifications as well, and here's the Finnish walker, well, Partanen, Veli-Matti Partanen, 27-year-old, calling it a day, getting to the water station and deciding enough is enough for him. So his race is over. This man's race has a big story still to tell, though. Suzuki, the leader, commanding performance so far from the Japanese athlete here in Doha. Now Todd. There's Håkanes and Kien of China. They are the chasers at the moment. But the gap is widening. Suzuki now looking at 450. That's a brilliant shot down the Corniche there. It's a horseshoe shape. Palm Fringe Boulevard. It runs a full 7 kilometers and takes in the bay and Doha's seafront. Tourist attractions based along that seafront as well, lit up tonight. The port area, the fort, and the Bazen Towers as well, which have stood since the 19th century here in Qatar. Making his own story and potentially a little bit of history at Suzuki at the moment, but we are still not even at the halfway stage. There is a long way to go, and he has been very, very bold here in taking this approach. It's a lonely walk at the front at the moment.
And this walk, Tony, this World Championship is part of the IAAF Race Walking Challenge series, which is a series of races throughout the year in various locations around the world, and athletes collect points from those races. Covers 20k and 50k, and Suzuki, our current leader, is currently in joint 8th place in those race walking challenge standings. In the women's race, 2 of our competitors today, Giorgi of Italy and Takacs of Spain, they're currently in 19th and 18th place respectively in the women's ranking in the IAAF Race Walking Challenge standings.
Now I'm guessing Suzuki likes his own company, because there's no one else out there with him apart from the rest of the world watching, and the cameraman. Look at the balance on that bike. Very, very good from our crew out there. I think that might be Alan on that camera. And there is what he's pointing at. That's Suzuki. The race to himself right now. The chasers, though, Harkonners of Norway, but he's treading a fine line at the moment because he's on 2 red cards. One for bent knee and one for loss of contact. One more, and he goes into the penalty zone for 5 minutes, remember, so he will face a big, big challenge to force his way back into this race if he takes on a time penalty like that at this stage. But also the factor there, just on the left of the screen, look at that, plus 2:02 now. Suzuki continuing to extend that lead. Todd has dropped back into the 4th group. And there's Todd, who dropped back after taking a comfort break a few minutes ago, so he's rejoined the pack, who are in group 4 there. But they are some 2 minutes 20 behind this man, the leader, who's making this race his own just at the moment, marching along with intent in every stride. Either widening of the hips, pushing of the hips, the arms running across the chest, driving forward with every step. So from the leader and the men, back over towards the women as the crowds watch on. And it's Portugal and China at the front.
So Liang and Henriquez currently leading the women's race with a gap of about 12 seconds back to Li Mao-suo and 20 seconds back to Eleonora Giorgi of Italy. So 2 athletes now leading the women's race, and we currently only still have 1 red card issued in the women's race, so very few red cards at the moment in the women's race. And as soon as they're through 20k, we'll bring you the latest split through 18k in 1 hour 38 minutes for the women's race.
So just the lone chaser behind that pair at the moment, and that's Li Mao-suo. 8th in the Taichung 20k this year. Didn't finish in La Coruña, which was one of the big races on that race walk challenge. And there's a bigger group of chasers. 19-kilometer mark now for these women. And the whole field stretched out. Look at that scene, right back under the lights, all the way down the Corniche. And at 19k, Liang and Henriquez, the leaders 11 seconds ahead of Li. Giorgi, who was up there with the leading pack early on, some 24 seconds behind the front pair. And here they are.
So both of those athletes with something around their necks, which we assume is ice packs of some sort, and Henriquez with a hat as well, and I'm wondering if she has ice in there, so doing what they think is the best way of, and Henriquez just getting rid of her hat there, obviously deciding it's not helping her to cool down. And Liang, former world record holder, which she set back in Taisang last year in 2018 in China.
And we mentioned the Italian Giorgi, who stepped up to the 50k mark, having been an experienced 20k performer, albeit with a mixed record at major championships. Well, she is there in the 3rd group, on her own at the moment, communicating with support team, 24 seconds behind the leaders. Closest to her is Sobchuk, but you can just get an idea of the context. Look how spread out that field is now. And just under 2 hours ago, they were in a big pack of 24 on the start line. But Enriquez and Liang keeping each other company for the moment at the front. And she is a fighter, Enriquez. Didn't finish in the Team Cup, World Race Walking Team Championships last year. Probably bounced back from that disappointment in Taishan that I was there to see, and went on to win the European title. So it's a front pair in the women's race, but there's quite a contrast when we go over to the men, because Suzuki continues to drive forward, and interestingly, with that goodie bag in hand, he is getting quicker. His last split at 21 kilometers, the last kilometer in 4 minutes 44. He's bringing that average down to around the 4:52 mark.
Yep.
So, and he's way quicker than the rest at the moment. Hauken is in second place, 4:57, and looking down the rest of the field to see if anybody else in the chasing packs is close to getting back into it. Well, the Ukrainian, the world #1, Zakelinsky, well, he went at 4:56 in his last 1,000, so he's making up ground and eating up some of the field. But he's got a long way to go, because the lead is 2 minutes 15 to this pair.
And Suzuki still on course to finish in just outside 4 hours, around 4:03 pace or so, judging by his splits through 20k. So considering that the women's world record is sub 4 hours, significantly slower given the conditions here today. And Suzuki's personal best 3:39.07, so some more than 20 minutes slower than his personal best currently for Suzuki.
Alcaraz, remember, has got to be careful. He's been given 2 red cards at this stage for loss of contact.
And we have another in the men's field, Ruslan Smolonskis of Latvia. He's on 3 red cards, so he'll be going to the penalty zone when he next comes round to it. And on 2 red cards still is Mark Tur of Spain and Atto Ibanez of Sweden, and also from China, Wenbin Yu, along with Håkanes of Norway. So 4 athletes in danger of going into the penalty zone, and we're expecting to see Smolonskis of Latvia go into the penalty zone on this lap.
The point we picked up on actually a few minutes ago, wasn't it, Mara, that actually a lot more red cards. The judges have been penalising men a lot more for technical infringements and rule breaks than they have done the women.
Yeah.
Very few red cards brandished to that field.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, in the women's field, there are 24 starters, and in the men's field, 47, so almost double the number of men. So we would expect to see more, but we've certainly got more than double the number of red cards amongst the men compared to the women. So I don't know if it's because they're going faster or who knows.
Wang of China just showing some signs of maybe pressing away from Alcaraz. Alcaraz having a look up and just watching the screen there, beaming these pictures out and going through past the finish line. And our commentary complex on the just behind them at the moment.
There are 8 judges out on the course, and they each cover a certain amount, a certain section of the course between them, and the chief judge, he doesn't perform any judging duties, but he supervises all the other judges, and he can move around on the course. But the 8 judges supposedly stay in one place, although the chief judge can move them around in the latter stages of the race.
It's interesting what a judge goes through as well. I mean, the tests and the standards they have to meet. As we look at Suzuki continuing to lead, candidates who want to become race walking judges, they go through very, very severe tests to maintain their credentials. If you look at the likes of King and Roux there of New Zealand, further back down the field. Exams, they have to assess videos, they have to spot anything that any one of 50 walkers they're shown on a video will actually see. They do written exams, they'll also have one-on-one interviews. They go through a lot to maintain their positions as race walking officials.
Yeah, and it's interesting. They have interesting backgrounds. So Daniel Michaud of Canada, the chief judge, he was the chief judge assistant at the 2001 Edmonton World Championships and one of the judges at the Moscow 2013 World Championships. He's also an official. Dolores Suarez of Spain. She was a judge at the London 2012 Olympic Games. And Anne Froberg of Finland, very long-serving judge. 2020 will be her first Olympic Games.
Let's just talk about the man with the baseball cap on backwards there from Canada. That's Evan Dunphy. And what an inspiring figure he is in the race walking community, both internationally and at home. I think a lot of people will say that his improvement in performance over the last few years down to the fact that he didn't make it to the 2012 Olympics, but he wanted to see it. He went along, watched as a fan after failing to qualify for his country and represent Canada at the Olympics, and that proved some turning point in his career, really, Dunphy. Also, of course, earned a lot of praise when he finished 4th in the Rio Olympics, potentially seeing himself elevated to 3rd due to an initial disqualification. That was after a collision with Japan's Hiroki Arai, and that was at around the 49k mark, so very, very late. Dunphy could have actually pushed the jury and appealed the jury decision and tried to get reinstated again as the bronze medalist, but he didn't feel it was the right thing to do. And he won a lot of acclaim for that, and he's recently also just been named as a sports personality in Canada for his commitment to raising funds for finding sports equipment for young people to get into sport and around his community. So doing a lot of good out there, Dunphy. So the chase pack, Halkenes and Wang. Halkenes on the 2 reds, Suzuki, an unblemished card at the moment. Still continue to keep himself cool.
Don't just go for it. What I
Our
just say,
computers are telling us that Smolonskis of Latvia has received a 4th red card, so we didn't see him going to the penalty zone, but
yes, in fact, he hasn't made it there, but of course what can happen is that you get a 3rd red card, and yes, all expectations are that you'll go to the penalty zone. If you've got that 3rd red card quite close to going past the penalty zone, you've got to continue and do nearly a whole lap before you get back to it. It's distinctly possible you could get the 4th, and here he is. And so he is now going to be brought into the penalty zone, but he's also going to learn that he's not going to face just a penalty. He's going to be informed of this. Chief judge and official, and there is the chief judge, and there is the red. And that is the view from Daniel Michaud to bring the race to an end for Rusians Smolonskis of Latvia. Looking down and just making a point about his footwear at the moment. But he goes into the penalty zone, and his race is over. He'll have a word with his coach. Great disappointment, of course. at this point for any walker who knows that their World Championship dream is over, and before the halfway stage as well, as it is for Smolonskis. So they're an example of 4 reds before you even get a chance to serve.
Yeah, Smolonski's only 22 years old, one of the youngest athletes in this race. So the second athlete to be disqualified following Cameron Corbishley's disqualification.
Yes, and it looks like Dominic King of Great Britain is also out. He has received the 4th red card as well. Now, he'd already been in that penalty zone there, under the watchful eye of the recorder and the chief judge. So he's gone as we look down right across this floodlit circuit, these lights beaming out brightly. 1:30 in the morning local time, the horseshoe shape of the Corniche. Spectacular scene.
We were talking earlier about Evan Dunphy of Canada.
Confirmation of King's disqualification there, Laura, sorry.
We were talking earlier about Evan Dunphy of Canada. When I spoke to him a few weeks ago, he said he was aiming for top 8 in this race, and his main goal was having a strong second half. He said he's struggled in the second half before, so he really, really wants to be strong in that second half so that he can come through the field. And he believed he was in as good shape as he was when he came 4th in the Rio Olympics back in 2016. So he's going to go off a little bit more conservatively than he has in previous years. But encouragingly, he said he performs better when conditions are bad. So I think today's heat and humidity will help him. He's also entered in the 20k, and he said he'll decide whether he'll do that once the 50k is out of the way. The 50k, of course, takes an awful lot of time to recover from. You know,
it certainly does. I mean, he'll have till Friday for that. This is King, unfortunately, seeing the end of his race. Dominic King of Great Britain. Cameron Corbishley had already been disqualified, received 4 red cards. And King's race due to end, unfortunately for him, after Chris Maddox and Cameron Corbish. He's the 3rd fastest Briton on the all-time list, the 36-year-old now. And King will bring his race to an end, unfortunately, very shortly, when he's brandished with a final red. And he will leave this circuit. And just arms aloft there and out wide to say, what a shame, what a shame.
so not a good day for Great Britain at the moment. Both British athletes out of this men's 50k.
That is what it can be. His World Championship dream is over. Dominic King, the 2nd British walker to be disqualified. And you can't underestimate what these moments are like for an athlete. The training, the planning. It would have been all he would have thought about for so long. The target, the moment for him. Everything this year would have been about coming to Doha.
Yeah, he's been disqualified, but all manner of things can make days like this end in tears. Injuries, accidents happening, if you catch a cold, you know, anything, lots of things can ruin your championship performance.
And there he just glanced up to the camera. Brutal, brutal indeed. And he's found out in the harshest way. And there we are, the camera view from Danielle Michaud, brandishing that red card, ending the championships for Dominic King.
And looking a bit unsteady on his feet there. I think he's been suffering in the heat as well. Dominic King, the 3rd fastest British walker of all time.
So there's the man leading, Suzuki. He's been out there unopposed, really, and he's now extended his lead to over 3 minutes ahead of Jin Wang of China. Halkanes of Norway in 3rd. Flores of Ecuador has actually moved up the field off the back of a really good last 1,000. 4:42 for him, his quickest. That'll be one to watch in the chase group. He's still some 3 minutes 20 behind the leader, but we've talked about just how long this race is, just when you might want to make a move. Suzuki's been very, very brave to go out so quickly. The question is he going to be able to hang on to that lead? You can see, and there have been cases of athletes taking 5-minute leads into the latter stages of races and then hitting the wall.
So Hawkins and Wang currently just outside 3 minutes behind the leader, Yusuke Suzuki of Japan, and behind them a further 11 or so seconds back, Flores of Ecuador, Wenbin Niu of China, just a second behind him, and a couple of seconds back, Andres Chocho of Ecuador. So Ecuador now with 2 athletes in the top 6 in this event. Ecuador and the other Central American and South American countries, very strong tradition in race walking.
So we've hit the halfway stage in these IAAF World Championships 50-kilometer walks on the Corniche, just past the 2-hour mark into competition. Reminder of one of the big stories so far, Denise of France, the defending world champion, the world record holder, is already out of the race, if you're just joining us. 2 British walkers disqualified as well. And a Japanese walker in Suzuki who has built up a 3-minute lead ahead of this pair, Wang and Hawkins. That's the story of the men's race so far. In the women's race, it's still a little tighter. The 24-strong field remains intact. This is the 3rd chase group of the men, starting to break apart a little now. They go around that loop. Tot has dropped a bit, so the Olympic champion feeling the pace there, right at the screen.
And Tot there currently in 8th place. We've just seen from our commentary position, we think the 3rd Japanese athlete, Katsuki Hayato, walking very slowly and looking like he's struggling. And there he is, it looks like he might be retiring. So the Asian Games champion from 2008, Katsuki of Japan, not having a good day today.
And now we are starting to see the effects here of the endurance race. That's one of the Mexicans we've lost there, and that's Palmer, who actually was up there among the leading contenders at one stage in the race. But we're now just starting to see what can happen. Then this is regular to race walking, not necessarily just something to do with heat and humidity, which of course is going to play a big factor, but you will see athletes start to feel the pace, start to drop out and drop away. So Suzuki's race so far, he's halfway to a world championship title. The Olympic champion Tot dropping back down the field. The judges busy with their paddles. Those are just warnings from the mass ranks at the start to the isolation in the field as well. Any form of headgear will work, but not everyone will make the finish line. Corbishley, one of 2 British athletes out of the race. Leading the race, this man, Suzuki. Let's pick up the women. And you can see now we have a Chinese 1-2. And it's Liang. Did 4 hours and 4 minutes to win in Taishan. Got a Chinese male walker in Niu next to her there. The situation was suggested as we were chatting earlier that that's a good opportunity when you've got a fellow countrywoman or countryman next to you. Although Niu has moved quite quickly past her, but you can have a little bit of communication, bit of a chat, keep going, urge on your fellow athlete in the same vest And Luo there as well, just up on the shoulders of Liang.
Yeah, Niu and Luo currently in 5th and 7th place in the men's race. So going at quite a speed, and they've gone past their 2 female teammates quite quickly there, so no chance for drafting, I don't think, but you would want to support your teammates.
Italy's Giorgi.
Giorgi currently in 4th place.
4th place. So this is the moment where the break came from the 1-2, and you can see Enriquez is back there in 3rd, the defending world champion, but the 2 Chinese, Li and Liang, making a fairly firm move there and getting away from Enriquez, the Portuguese athlete, herself moving across to get some refreshments. And that's the moment where they just broke that front group apart. And Liang is now setting a stall out and potentially trying to move away from Mao Suo Lee behind her there, just extending that lead with the strides at the moment. They're averaging just under 5.5 minutes per kilometre at the moment in this women's race.
Tony, we mentioned just a moment ago 2 Ecuadorian athletes in the men's race, and in the women's race, Paula Perez of Ecuador is currently in 9th place, some 4 minutes behind the leaders. Ecuador has a very strong tradition in race walking, going back to Jefferson Perez, who specialised in the 20K event, in which he won 2 medals in the Olympic Games.
Enriquez there is the chaser then, so she's seen the Chinese move away. Also, just got an indication of you've got to grab those bottles. They're moving fast, and she didn't actually grab the second bottle she wanted there, Inés Enriquez. She found another cap. She dispensed with one earlier.
The general refreshment stations, which Enriquez just walked past, they have water and sponges, and it's up to the athletes themselves to take what they want from those tables. They're not allowed to get the volunteers to pass them, whereas at their personal refreshment station, their special drink station, they can get their team officials to hand whatever they have there to the athletes. So the 2 Chinese athletes dominating this race, Rui Liang and Li, in 1st and 2nd at the moment, with a gap of about 11 seconds back to Enriquez of Portugal, the defending champion in this women's 50K. And Giorgi in 4th place, the 3rd group. She's about, through 23K, she was 26 seconds off the leader.
News of another athlete to drop out in the men's race, and it's the Spaniard Jose Ignacio Diaz, very experienced performer, 39 years of age. He's the junior, he's the baby of the Spanish pair in this race, though, unbelievably, because Jesus Angel Garcia, the 49-year-old, according to our computers and statistics here, he's still out there. There he is. Now, he was the world champion in 1993. These are his 13th world championships. That in itself is an outright record for that man. He's been in every edition from 1993 except for the last in London, and he picks up that long run of competing at world championships in the race walking. What a fantastic effort and example that is.
Garcia currently in 17th place in the men's race. Isn't that just incredible? 49 years old, competing in a world championships.
Well, he says, I guess I'm the Peter Pan of race walking, eternally young. Well, it's from here to eternity, probably, feels like at the moment, with a long way still to go in this race.
Garcia is 49 years old. Second oldest, João Vieira, we mentioned earlier, 43. Then it was Deniz, who we saw retire earlier, 41 years old, and Jose Diaz of Spain, 39 years old. So age not holding back these men in the World Championships 50K.
See her going in for a drink, and looks like an ice pack as well there.
We just caught a glimpse just behind them of Quentin Roux in the black uniform from New Zealand. Quentin, a specialist in the 50K. He's one of the athletes pushing to have the women's 50K included in the Olympic program next year in Tokyo. Really believes that the women should have the equal rights of men to participate in a 50K at the Olympics.
So there's the one remaining Finnish athlete out there. As we saw Partanen disqualified earlier, and there's the leader, Suzuki. Still looking very smooth. He's not, to my knowledge, even received a warning paddle, and he has an unblemished card at the moment as well. He has the course to himself.
And behind Suzuki now in second place is Claudio Flores of Ecuador, who has overtaken Håkanes. Flores is 3 minutes and 21 seconds behind Suzuki, so a huge gap.
And I think what's interesting about this, Mara, isn't it? We picked up on Flores' move a little earlier on. He has really found some pace in the kind of middle phase of this race. He's just gone through his last kilometre in 4 minutes 51. Nobody else in the field, other than the leader, Suzuki, has gone any quicker than that in the last kilometre. So just watching Flores and seeing whether there's any eating in to that Suzuki lead as the race progresses. At the moment, no indication of it, but 23 kilometres still to go.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the splits as down the men's field. Yadong Luo, a Chinese athlete, he had one of the fastest splits, currently in 5th place. So there is Flores of Ecuador, now in 2nd place. So 4:51 last split from him. And Qin Wang of China, who previously was with Håkanes in 2nd place, now in 4th place. He and Håkanes' latest split was 5:01, so Flores going some 10 seconds per kilometre quicker than those two.
Yes, he's the 2019 Pan American Games champion over this distance of 50 kilometres. 31 years of age now. And he also has competed in the Pan Am Cup this year, where he finished 9th. Finished pretty well down the field, though, in the Rio Olympics. But was among those to finish in Brazil in 2016. His personal best, well, he's been very close to that, hasn't he, this year? And he's got a good firm focus on his face at the moment, pushing on, and he's certainly found a good phase in this race. And he's really shocked some of the others, because he's powered on past them and through to open up about a 20-second lead on the group behind him. You can just see some of whom are there. There they are. A couple of Chinese walkers, Wang and Lu, Aukenes of Norway. Of course, with the Ingebrigtsens, Carsten Warholm. Big championships, this IAAF World Championships here in Doha. Norwegians hoping to take a few medals home. Aukenes is up there in the mix at the moment as well.
If we look down the list a little bit in the men's race at the splits, it's interesting because some of the athletes further down the list are actually walking at considerably faster speeds than athletes ahead of them. So Caporazzo of Italy, João Vieira of Portugal, and Brendan Boyce also, Evan Dunphy, all of them doing splits of under 5 minutes, whereas some of the athletes ahead of them, for example, Matej Tot, the Olympic champion, 5:13, his latest split. Banzeruk of Ukraine, 5:09. And Nava from Mexico, 5:03. So I think we could be in for a few changes in the order and some of the athletes who have gone off at slightly more conservative paces, as Evan Dunphy of Canada said he would, in the next few kilometres coming up the field, and some of those athletes who set off at more aggressive paces moving down the field. Hawkins and Wang going down in the order at the moment, and Yadong Luo is up in 3rd place. I think he has just passed those two. So Luo latest split 4:49, not far behind Suzuki, whose latest split was 4:45.
But that is the interesting thing, isn't it? I mean, Suzuki is still quicker than most of them, although his last split's just dropped, hasn't it, at 28 kilometres, and he's gone 4:49 there. So it's going to be interesting to see now what the likes of, that is actually matching those last kilometre, so we'll get the facts through on that one in a moment. That tells its own story and just opens up what is a long, long race. And Suzuki, well, he is the story of this race so far, but it does not necessarily mean he will be right through to the end.
Yeah, Suzuki's average split so far 4:50, and the next quickest average is 4:58. So consistently through the whole race, he's been going a lot quicker than the other athletes.
There's a beautiful view down the Corniche. 7-kilometre horseshoe along the bay. Seafront in Doha. Pretty clear skies over the capital of Qatar tonight. This is one of the more spectacular views I think we've seen at a World Championships. So back over to the women's race, and things shaping up a little bit there. We have a move here by Rui Liang, and they were in a close 1-2, but Mao Suo Lee has dropped back 14 seconds behind Liang now, and Enriquez, noticeably, the defending world champion, is dropping back and is slowing down considerably when compared with the rest of the field. So there's Lee in second behind the Italian Caporaso. So 14 seconds the gap there. Giorgi there in third. Look at the moisture and potential slippery nature now on that road.
And we're getting news on our computers that 2 more women have received red cards in the women's race. Spain's Maria Juarez has had a bent knee warning, and also the Belarusian athlete Darajuk, Nadezhda Darajuk, has also had a bent knee warning. So 3 women on 1 red card at the moment.
But still nobody really in any immediate danger of being put into the penalty zone, which, remember, leaves you there for 5 minutes and casts a huge blow to anybody's race. Doesn't necessarily mean you're out of things at all, because of course your nearest rivals could incur the same penalties, so you've got to keep going, but it's a significant blow to your ambitions should you find yourself in that penalty zone.
Yeah, things can change very quickly in race walking with the disqualifications, and Vieira that.
Yes, one of the veterans.
João Vieira, that is, of Portugal.
Yeah, 43 years of age now, his 11th successive World Championships. So for the athletes out there you get an idea of what they're seeing. They all know their numbers. They'll probably know the numbers of their nearest rivals as well. And that's how cards are communicated to them.
And of course, the athletes don't know which judge has given them a red card. And the judges, in theory, don't communicate amongst themselves. When they give an athlete a red card, it goes electronically to the recorder, Noel Carmody, and the chief judge. So Lee there in the women's race, currently in second place, 14 seconds behind the leader.
Yes, and it's Yang Rui who's just made this big move. A 50K winner last year on home soil in Taisang. There's the penalties so far. Darashuk, Pereira, Juarez, all with the 1 red. So the women have complied with the regulations somewhat better than their male counterparts. Disqualifications around the field. Past the halfway stage now. 2 hours 20 on the clock, approaching 2 o'clock in the morning local time.
And the defending champion, Enriquez, looks like she's having a difficult patch. Her last split 5:23 compared to a 5:12 by the leader, Liang of China. So Enriquez struggling to stay amongst the leaders, currently in 4th place for Enriquez. And Giorgi there, the Italian, in 3rd. And behind them is the Ukrainian Olena Sobchuk in 5th place.
So the 2 European walkers there, Giorgi and Enriquez together now. 3rd and 4th place respectively, some 50 seconds or so off the leader. Wu Liang. See how the pace has really slowed now for some, and for others it's almost all over.
So the Japanese men not having a good day as we expected. That was Katsuki, the 2018 Asian Games champion. He performed really well in the heat and humidity of Jakarta, winning that race despite serving a penalty. So Katsuki not having a good day today.
And there is Lee in 2nd place. Didn't finish in La Coruña this year. 4th though in a 20K last outing. 7th in the Chinese National Games last couple of years. She's from the Qinghai province in China. Remember, we've lost the world record holder in the men's race in Johan Diniz. Lost him quite early in the race, actually. And news coming through to us that the Olympic champion, Mate Tot, is out. So it is starting to take its toll now. Some 2 hours and nearly 23 minutes in, as the judge watches on there. You saw him on the right of the picture, always with his paddle, but there's been no need so far to brandish anything towards this man, Suzuki.
So Suzuki still leading in the men's race. A 4:48 last split from Suzuki through 29K.
Oh, and Tour.
So Tour in the penalty zone there. Mark Tour, Spanish athlete, best time of 3:54.51.
And there is a
He's
full
had
list. Yeah, sorry, Mara, there is a full list there of just the disqualifications. 3 so far, including both British walkers. Tour now joins those who've gone into the penalty zone. We'll check back in on what we just might have seen with Suzuki a few moments before we saw Tour going into the penalty zone. May well have gone for a comfort break, so this will be interesting to see just how long Suzuki spends there and how that affects his race. He's been going through splits at 4:48. This is going to be slower. He's emerged and is back out racing, so a short intermission for Suzuki, but he's built up such a good lead. It's pushing towards the 4-minute mark. And there he is, just communicating. And again, well, he was offered the little bag there, but he's gone for just the bottle. Not much of it either. So 2 hours, 25 minutes in, he goes past the penalty zone. He can get a glance there of the scoreboard to the right-hand side, the chief judge there as well. Further back, this is second place now, and it's the Chinese walker, Liu, who is on his own there now. Yadong Liu. He's got a third place under his belt this year in a 50K. They're chasing this man, though.
So Liu came up into second place, last split of 4:43, and that was quicker than Suzuki, whose latest split was 4:48. So Liu now going quicker than the leader, and his teammate Wenbin Yu also going very quickly, 4:45 for his last split. He's currently in 5th place. So the Chinese athletes moving through the field. Flores, who was in second, now down in 4th place. And he looks like he's struggling a bit. When you get into a bad patch, Tony, it doesn't necessarily mean your race is over. You can have a bad patch and then get your drinks or just recover mentally, get your strength to get through it, and then get back into a good rhythm again. But
did you have a process? Did you, because you knew that there would be times when you were competing, that you knew,
definitely.
Right, I've got to put my plan into place here. I know I've hit a difficult patch.
Definitely. The most difficult part of a marathon is between about 15 miles and 22 miles, because once you're at 22 miles, yes, it's difficult, but the finish is in sight. And interestingly, these walkers are now getting into that really difficult phase. They've just gone past halfway, so really tired, but still a long, long way from the end. They are over halfway, but still a long way to go. So Flores there, the Ecuadorian athlete, now in 4th place, his last split 5:12, so he's suffering a bit there. He put in quite a spurt to get up to second behind Suzuki.
Yes, if you push just too far, you can certainly pay. And well, he had a very calm, focused look on his face a few minutes ago. Now, cap on and just feeling the pace. Flores of Ecuador. Suzuki's race so far. Here's what we've seen as they stay cool in the heat and humidity on this dramatic night of overnight action. Plenty of ways to take your refreshment. Water, ice packs. The headgear, novel in some cases. Sponges, bottles, whatever they can get their hands on. And if it becomes too much, though, you see the end of your race, and that is the Croatian. And I think that's Renic, the youngest in the field at 23. We saw her a few minutes ago, actually. She pretty much dropped to a regular walk almost. Hands up for the winner there, the leader there, that's Liang.
The Croatian Renic we just saw retiring. She's the Croatian record holder at 20k and 50k. And she recently won the Croatian indoor 3,000 meters. She was second in the 50k in Judice in Slovakia earlier this year. So, and the youngest in the field at just 23 years old.
Liang, the leader, at 27 kilometers. Went through the last kilometer in 5 minutes and 9 seconds. That was the quickest of anybody in the field. Just to give you an idea of what they're looking at further back down, there are now athletes who are hitting the 6-minute mark per kilometer further down the field. So the pace is telling on those still out there. 24 women started, 46 men. Always likely that we would see athletes drop out as the race progresses. There's Garcia, though, the 49-year-old Spaniard, still going. And behind him, the likes of Enriquez and Giorgi, 3rd and 4th place in the women's race.
So Wenbin Yu, the Chinese athlete, is now up into 3rd in the men's race behind Suzuki and Liu. And Wang
is now
suffering
just
there.
walking.
One of the athletes we expected to do really well, but Wang now back down in 12th place, just ahead of Garcia of Spain. And João Vieira, the Portuguese athlete, the 2nd oldest in the field, now in 7th place. And he won bronze at this year's European Cup race in Alitus.
Well, what a story that would be.
So lots of change in the finishing order, and the European champion from Ukraine, Zakalnitsky, now up in 5th place in the women's race. So the athletes very, very spread out.
It's Enriquez going for the headgear again. She is a very, very inspiring figure in the women's 50k scene. One of those who's championed the distance, championed the discipline, wants to see it contested on the world stage at the biggest events. And of course, she's a trailblazer in so many ways. The world champion when it was staged for the first time in London in August now 2017, so over 4 years ago, and a world record holder in her sport in the past as well.
Yeah, Enriquez used to be a specialist in the 20k and said, for me, the 50k came at just the right moment, because after the Olympics I considered finishing my career, but she switched to the 50k and won the inaugural World Championships Women's 50k back in London in 2017.
Yes, it was a record. It's now only the 7th best time in the world, because it's been surpassed by the superlatives of the Chinese, particularly this year. Remember, the world record holder, Liu Hong, not taking part of this 50k race. She's going for the 20k. And that actually meant that her fellow countrywoman, Mao Suo Lee, who is in 2nd place at the moment, is actually the fastest in the world this year of the starting 24.
Interestingly, Tony, the women haven't always competed in over 20 and 50k. The very first World Championships in 1983 in Helsinki, there was no women's race walk, and in 1987 in Rome they started with a 10k on the road. This continued until and including Gothenburg in 95, and then in 1997 in Athens there was actually a 10k on the track with heats, so the athletes had to walk in heats to qualify for the final. And then in 1999 this 20k road walk started for the first time. That was back in Seville in 1999, and that continued until now, and the inaugural 50k from London 2 years ago. The men have always competed over 50 and 20k, although way back in 1976, when the 50k for men was controversially dropped from the Montreal Olympic program, a separate race was held for the men's 50k in Malmö in Sweden, and in fact that became the very first IAAF World Championships medal to be awarded. So the very, very first IAAF World Championships medal was awarded to a male 50k athlete.
Giorgi of Italy still among those trying to hunt down Rui Liang. So let's look at the times through 27 kilometers. The top 12 there. Liang at the top, Burnett of the United States at the bottom. 2:25.25 for Liang, a 20-second advantage over her fellow countrywoman. And the gap, almost a minute to Giorgi in 3rd, and Enriquez keeping the Italian company. Sobchuk and Yudkina ahead of Ma. but they're chasing this woman at the moment as she strides down the Corniche. Yang of China in gold medal position.
Tony, I mentioned that one of the women's walk races in the World Championships history was on the track back in Athens in '97, and one of the judges here today, Anne Froberg of Finland, was the chief judge on that occasion. So going back over 20 years, she's had a very long career as a race walking judge, and she'll be a judge at the Tokyo Olympics next year for the very first time at the Olympics for her. Some of the other judges in this
So, yeah, Perez on the right of the screen. Tucker is there as well. Bonilla. There's Burnett, who is in 12th. The North American record holder, Katie Burnett. She was 4th at the World Championships in 2017. That group keeping each other company there. The shorter figure of Perez. She's the Ecuadorian competitor, 29 years of age, just behind the Italian there. She's won bronze medals at the last 2 Pan American Games.
And Julia Takak's also in that group from Spain. She used to be from Hungary and then transferred her allegiance to Spain, gaining Spanish citizenship in June 2008. And she was cleared to compete for Spain 1 week later. The Spanish record holder. And last year, bronze medal at the European Championships 50K.
Nice to see the support there sprinkled along the Corniche, bearing in mind we are now past 2 AM in the morning, local time. As Hauken is there of Norway in the men's race. He's back in 4th place now, and he's on a 3rd red card. So he's facing a 5-minute penalty. And he received the 3rd card for a bent knee warning, so or a bent knee, so 2 loss of contact red cards, and then the bent knee as well. So he will have to spend time in the penalty zone.
So Hauken is currently in 4th place, and when he goes into the penalty zone, he will go well down the field in the men's race. And that is New of China, currently in 3rd place. He is on 2 red cards at the moment, so in danger of going into the penalty zone as well. So lots of the athletes now being lapped. But we'll make sure we bring you the correct order.
Yes, and Hauken will go past the water station, and shortly after he passes that, he will be taken to the penalty zone area. Vieira, the veteran Portuguese walker, is just behind him there. So Hauken takes on some headgear, loaded with ice, no doubt, and obviously some water as well. Another one up for good measure as well, but Daniel Michaud is going to be waiting for him. And there he is to take him into the penalty zone. So Hauken has with a little check of the watch as well to get an idea where he is. And he now will serve a 5-minute time penalty. And of course, stopping and the rhythm, you can see just for a moment you just have to steady yourself and stop yourself from cramping up. Try and maintain his focus, ready to rejoin the race in 5 minutes, but goodness, he's going through some water there. He's going to make every second count. Boyce of Ireland going through as well. And there's the Ecuadorian who stormed through, Flores, earlier on. Well, some of his splits were really quick. He's now dropped back. His last was 5:25 for his last kilometre. And he's got Liang behind him there, who's leading the women's race, who is about to go past him. So he's really paid the price for pushing up the field earlier on.
So Flores currently in 7th place in the men's race and about to be overtaken by Liang. Interesting, some of the athletes who set off a bit more conservatively coming up the field now. Brendan Boyce of Ireland now in 8th place. Evan Dunphy of Canada, we spoke about earlier, now in 9th place. One other item he has in his drinks and refreshments is maple syrup. So he says, so flying the flag for Canada. And there's his teammate, Bilodu. And Nava, the Mexican, now in 10th place. Jesus Angel Garcia, the oldest athlete in the field, 49-year-old, in 12th place. So some lots of change going on in the order here in the men's race.
Yeah, Matt Bilodeau of Canada going around the loop there, and there is Garcia, 49 years of age, the 1993 world champion at this distance. A little grimace through the beard, the sunglasses still on, driving those arms and staying in this race.
Flores, who we saw in 2nd place earlier on, he competed in the Pan American Games quite recently, just a few weeks ago. So this is his 2nd 50K in a number of weeks. So the gap as they went through, Suzuki's gone through 33K, and the gap back to Luo in 2nd place, 3 minutes 13 seconds. And back to Garcia, who is currently in 10th place, 6 minutes or so. Brendan Boyce now in 6th place, Evan Dunphy in 7th.
Yes, and you can see how wet the road is there now. So much refreshment being taken on board, and of course a lot of it does drop onto the ground. Suzuki with that 3 minute 13 second lead then. It's China 2 and 3 before, well, quite a story developing with Vieira in 4th place, the veteran Portuguese athlete. New of China, 2 red cards to his name, both for loss of contact penalties. And this is the man in 2nd place, some 3 minutes and 13 seconds behind. Suzuki will not even be a speck on his horizon at the moment. And the pace of the leader has remained incredibly strong. It's expected next year at the Olympics the temperatures will be pretty hot as well by the time the race walks come round in Tokyo. Certainly at the moment it's a Japanese walker who is proving to be better than the rest, but you have to add a big but. There are 17 kilometers still to go, a long way for this man, and he'll know that that gold medal is nowhere near his the palms of his hand quite yet.
Suzuki's latest split, Tony, 4:42, which was nearly 10 seconds quicker than Luo in 2nd. 4:51 for him.
Hauken is standing by and ready to re-emerge. There's the countdown clock for him. He's had 5 minutes. And off he goes. Hauken has rejoins the race, but of course that 5 minutes 300 seconds, he probably counted every one of them. He's dropped down, I think, to 18th position.
Interesting, Tony. Hauken is quite muscular shoulders and upper body there, which you do see in a lot of race walkers compared to distance runners. Really use their arms to help with the walking action. And it's interesting that some research was done recently on what makes a great race walker, and actually taking smaller strides but more of them was found to be more efficient than taking longer strides. And a lot of force from the hip and the ankle to create the propulsion needed to move at these fast paces. I recently power walked a 5K with a couple of friends because I've got a foot injury at the moment, and I walked 5K in 45 minutes, which is about half the speed of what good female race walkers walk at. And I was at my top speed. I was at my top walking speed, and the elite women go twice as fast. It's really astonishing, the speed that these athletes are going at.
Are you thinking about maybe taking this up on a more of a permanent basis?
No, just because I was injured.
Okay, 33K now for the men. Liu of China on that now soaking wet road on the Corniche. There is the times for Suzuki. He hit 33 and bang on 2 hours 40. So a 3-minute 22-second lead over Liu there of China. Then it's Liu in third and Vieira of Portugal in fourth place at the moment. And the world rank number one, Zakalinitsky, is in fifth place. And look out for Evan Dunphy in sixth. And the Irish will be excited because Brendan Boyce is up there as well in the top 7.
Vieira has won no less than 20 outdoor and 7 indoor national titles at all different distances, and he was second in the Barcelona 2010 European Championships, third in Gothenburg in 2006, sorry, also European Championship there. So João Vieira having a great race. And he's also entered into the 20K taking place next Friday.
They've lost another male athlete, and it's Ivan Banjaruk of Ukraine, who was a European Cup winner in 2017 over this 50K distance, but the 29-year-old has dropped out of the race, as we see Evan Dunphy there of Canada, fourth at the Rio Olympics. Brendan Boyce of Ireland just behind him. The Irish, remember, with a former world champion, Rob Heffernan, who's now still very deeply involved in the Irish race walking scene.
And Evan Dunphy celebrating his 29th birthday today, so if he can keep moving up the field into the medals, he'll be delighted with a fantastic birthday present. And Boyce of Ireland, Brendan Boyce just behind him in 7th place, and the German Karl Domen behind them in 8th, and then Garcia, the 49-year-old, in 9th. So the two oldest men in the field, Vieira and Garcia, having brilliant races today. So Garcia's latest split 4:53. Interesting that the top 9 now, including Garcia, are all walking splits of just inside 5 minutes, and their rivals behind them over 5 minutes. So Nava of Mexico now on 5:20. 1 or 2 others coming through the field. Mihala of Romania and Quentin Roux down in 13th and 14th place. They're also doing sub 5 minute splits, so we could see them moving through the field soon. And Håkan is down in 19th place. We've got a split of 10 minutes for him, so that must include his penalty zone. 5 minutes spent there.
Isn't it great to see someone like Garcia there? I mean, I suppose that what we're seeing here is, when you look at some of the older walkers doing well, experience very much can count.
Garcia is just incredible. He won this world title back in 1993.
Well, indeed, from a world champion in 1993, is this the world champion in 2019? Suzuki of Japan continues to lead. He's led from the outset in this race. From the first stride, we wondered whether he would sustain that lead. He was joined very briefly by Denise. Just going past our commentary position there. And at 34 kilometers, now 35 kilometers, we'll be able to bring you his latest split time. And he's just nudged it quicker again. He's gone to 4:43. 3-minute, 28-second lead now over this man, Liu. Walker's being lapped all around. Two Chinese, Liu and Niu. Second and third. Vieira is the man in 4th place at the moment. Niu, remember, is on 2 red cards. Officials still making sure that they clear the debris from the road. And that's the scene. The floodlit Corniche. The early hours now of Sunday morning at these World Championships as we move back over to the women's race. There's our leader, Liang.
Liang's latest split through 31k was 5:07, and Li Maosu in 2nd place on 5:10. So Ri Liang increasing her lead at the front of this race. She's now 20 seconds ahead of Li, and Eleonora Georgi now in 3rd place, ahead of Henriquez, the defending champion. Her latest split 5:35, so Henriquez really struggling now and in danger. In fact, there is Sobchuk going to overtake at any moment. Henriquez, the defending champion, and Sobchuk's teammate Yudkina is behind her in 6th place, but some 1 minute and 50 seconds or so back from these two. We've seen Suzuki lead the men's race. There is one Japanese in the women's race, Fuchise Masumi, currently in 12th place, some 7 minutes behind the leader. Julia Takacs of Spain, who we mentioned earlier, currently in 9th place, and the 3rd Chinese athlete, Fei Ying Ma, in 7th.
Interestingly, none of the leading women have received even a single red card yet. You have to go down to 13th place and the Spaniard Maria Juarez before you see even a single red card. So they have been superb in their technique.
Yeah, really interesting difference in the number of red cards.
So the 31k timings, Liang with the lead, 20 seconds clear of Li. And then there's a big gap back to Georgi, the Italian, and Enriquez 4th at the moment, as we see Georgi in 3rd, but losing ground potentially.
So Eleonora Georgi's last split 5:24, some 23 seconds behind the leader's most recent split.
2 Ukrainians are in that front group, or with the chasing pack, and Sobchuk has just gone past Enriquez. So Sobchuk and Mironchuk both flying the flag of Ukraine, and they've been pretty much together. Enriquez is now dropping back down the field, the world champion, and seeing her title slip from her grasp, it appears. And, well, there we are. She's just having to stop for a moment. Another hat, more water. And I think we'll see more of that as we get towards the latter stages of these races now.
Yeah, this far into the race, I think the athletes are really suffering from the heat and humidity now. Having difficulty keeping cool. So Enriquez, the defending champion of Portugal, now in 4th place, but struggling to stay at the front of this race. And Ri Liang leading. So Elena Sobchuk up into 4th place from Ukraine.
So Georgi of Italy there in the 3rd place position. relative newcomer to the 50K discipline, 30 years of age now. Regularly walked in 20K races. Mentioned the Ukrainians. Mironchuk just starting to feel the pace there now. And Wang in the men's race just behind her. The pretty tired, anguished looking facial expression now. But there is Li marching on, 37 seconds behind Liang. Quick spray of the sponge as well. Sobchuk is now in front of Enriquez, 52 seconds behind Georgie. And there is the Italian. Focused, 17 kilometers still to go. 2 hours 56 minutes now since they set off from the start line. Enriquez starting, you can see with her face there, to really feel this pace now. It's a big, big challenge, and is Inés Enriquez going to be able to see this race out? She had to drop out at the World Team Championships in Taisang last year, but she is a fighter. What's she got left in her? And there is the leader going past, or about to potentially pass, the 49-year-old Spaniard in the men's race, Garcia. Lang on the right, so a new generation and a past generation in some sense, but certainly Garcia is still very much a man of the moment in this race, because at 49 years of age, he is still out there. Others have fallen by the wayside, and he remains right up there. 9th place for him. Fantastic effort from a World Championship veteran, a man who actually lifted the crown and was the gold medalist back in 1993. Liang happy to just sit in behind there. And then Wao Su Li of China in 2nd place, but still with a 49-second gap behind Liang.
Eleonora Georgie some 2.5 minutes behind the leader. She's in 3rd place, and ahead of her Li in 2nd place, 50 seconds or so behind the leader. So Rui Liang with a pretty substantial lead of about 50 seconds at the head of the women's race, and Georgie about 50 seconds herself ahead of Sobchuk in 4th. But Sobchuk most recent split was 5:17 and Georgie's 5:25, so Sobchuk may well be catching up on Georgie. Enriquez now, her latest split 6:01, so Enriquez really struggling. That may include that stop she had a few moments ago. And the leader, most recent split 5:02, so Liang extending her lead all the time in this women's 50K race.
Just a reminder of where we are. The women's race is now at the approaching the 33-kilometer mark. The men 37 kilometers in, as we get a fantastic view down that 2-kilometer looping circuit here on the Corniche, lit up like a beacon in the night sky, right on the edge there of the water, on the coastline that runs round in a horseshoe, and is one of the most spectacular sights of Qatar's capital city. Government buildings, the Barzan Towers, the spiral mosque, all landmarks around and about in this area of the city. And the Doha port as well. No time for sightseeing for Suzuki, though. This is all about winning a world championship. And at the moment, he's on course to do it. He's got a 3.5-minute lead now.
Based on Suzuki's split through 37k, he was through there in 2:59.04. We're estimating a finish time of just a fraction outside 4 hours for him. So I think he's actually speeded up. His last split was 4:44, and there is Luo now in 3rd place, so overtaken by his teammate Wen Bin Yu, according to our computers. And Luo, his last split 4:58, but his teammate New was 4:45 and Suzuki 4:44. So Suzuki keeping the pressure on and trying to maintain his substantial lead of 3 minutes 30. New in 2nd place is on 2 red cards, so he's in danger of going into the penalty zone.
And it's these kind of phases now, 13 kilometers to go, where you've just got to try and keep that strength, that focus on the target, and of course maintaining your steps, making sure that you're maintaining that contact with the ground. It's the eagle eyes of the judges only that will assess whether contact or loss of contact occurs, keeping the legs straightened from the moment of that first contact with the ground until the vertical upright position. It's all about maintaining that now. And Suzuki has had a long time to consider this lead. He's been out there since the front. There he is at 36k at 2 hours 54 minutes and 20 seconds, and for virtually 2 hours and I'd say probably 52 minutes he's more or less walked his own race. Very little company. Diniz joined him briefly, and the world record holder, one of those not to make it through. Voice of Ireland there with the cold towel wrapped round his neck. Boyce is back in 7th place at the moment, Brendan Boyce. Dunphy in 6th. The leading group now, relatively free of cards. No one's gone into the penalty area since Haukenes. There is Vieira.
Vieira currently in 4th place, 4 minutes and 20 seconds behind the leader. But I think he's catching 3rd place, Luo. And there is Dunphy, celebrating his birthday today, in 6th place, 5:36 behind the leader, and his latest split 4:55. So he is catching the Ukrainian in 5th place, Zalanitsky.
Yes, and there is Caparasso, Theodoro Caparasso, the Italian, and I think it's all over for him.
Caparasso was in 16th place, but stopped now. And looks like he's really struggling in the hot weather.
Came 4th at the 2016 World Team Championships, which, if memory serves me, was staged in Italy, in Rome. There is Vieira. Now, not looking too bad at all, with 12 kilometers to go. So it's 6 laps, remember, of this 2-kilometer loop round the Corniche.
With the athletes getting lapped and the men and women all mixed up together, it's difficult to figure out where in this field the women are, but I've just tried to do some calculations, and I think, if I've done my sums right, that the women's leader, Rui Liang, is about up with the 29th and 30th men. So she's about halfway down.
I'm going to trust you on that.
I can't say maths is my strong point, but if I've done that correctly. Sorry, not halfway. There are 47 entries in the men's race, so she's about 2/3 of the way down the men's field. We'll find out at the end if I've done that correctly. So Dunphy there of Canada He is currently in 6th place.
What did you do on your birthday, Evan? I just went for one of the most grueling walks of my life, but he's smiling.
And he's closing on Zalonitsky, the Ukrainian European champion, and just about 6 seconds behind the Ukrainian there. So
List there of the red cards. You can see the disqualifications. The 2 British athletes, the first out, Smolonskis as well went. Halkinen has been in the spot. New, of course, remember, is on 2 reds, and is ahead of Liu of China. So the 2 Chinese walkers are chasing the Japanese leader, Suzuki. And is there anything they can do? 3 minutes, 27 seconds ahead of the pack. This man, Suzuki. Don't be fooled by Nava there behind him. He's been lapped.
Tony New, his latest split was 4:41 and Suzuki 4:45. So New, the Chinese in second, is closing slowly on Suzuki, but still Suzuki has 3.5 minutes on the Chinese athlete. So a significant gap for Suzuki. And New is on 2 red cards, Suzuki's on none. So
there we go, it's 37K, so Suzuki there, the only man under the 3-hour mark to at the 37 kilometers. The 2 Chinese athletes behind. Vieira, brilliant performance in 4th, the world rank #1, Zakalinsky in 5th. And look at Garcia, 49 years of age, in 9th position. Big performances as well from Evan Dunphy. Has he timed his race right? He's talked about getting stronger and pushing it nearer the end. And the birthday boy from Canada is in 6th position at the moment. Of course, we're out on the road tonight for these races. We do see race walking take place inside stadiums as well. So you'll have them on the track, you have them indoors. Differences and just how that can change.
Yeah.
For you, Mara?
So out on the roads, they always walk a 1K or 2K loop. So here in the 50K, they're doing a 2K loop. In the 20Ks, we'll see tomorrow for the women and next Friday for the men. They'll be on a 1K loop. So when you're on a track, of course, it's 400 meters outdoor, 200 meters indoor. So in terms of the turns you have to do and walking the straights, obviously the straights are much longer on the road, but of course outdoors you have to deal with the elements. For example, today hot and humid, or in other countries could be raining, windy, and so on. So quite different type of situation to race in. The track races tend to be shorter, although 10,000 meters, 10K is done on the track. We mentioned the Athens World Championships back in '97 was a 10,000 meter track race. One thing that's notable actually about race walking is that athletes from all over the world are competing here. We have athletes from Africa. We saw the South African athlete earlier. And there is Wang, one of the stronger Chinese athletes, in trouble. I think if athletes are struggling at this stage, on about 37, 38K, they're really going to be in trouble. It's going to be a long road to the end if they're struggling now.
Yes, he dropped down to 22nd place, and his last kilometre he did in 6 minutes 21. Wang, I think, seeing the end of his race. But here is New now. What has he got left? He's the chaser. Yes, the global strength of the sport. There are these championships, you see representatives from all over the world. Obviously there are countries that have strong pedigree and history in the sport, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily a kind of closed shop to one area or region, is it?
That's right. So South and Central America have had a long tradition in race walking. We've seen athletes from Mexico, Ecuador, other countries winning medals in race walking. Very strong in Europe. So we talked about Ireland earlier, Poland also. strong history in race walking. Robert Korzanowski won the Olympic gold medal 3 consecutive times from 96 to 2004 for Poland, and he also won 3 World Championship golds in 97, 2001, 2003. Australia also very strong pedigree in race walking. We mentioned Jane Saville earlier, but also Australia's Jared Talent won the gold medal in London 2012 Olympics after the winner was disqualified, and also silver in 2008 and 2016. He's not here today. No Americans here today, but otherwise China, Japan, Asia well represented. One interesting thing is, though, that in distance running we see East African nations, Kenya and Ethiopia in particular, but also Eritrea, Tanzania, Uganda really dominating. But we don't see them here. So no Kenyans or Ethiopians in this race. We are going to see a Kenyan in the women's 20k tomorrow and an Ethiopian as well. So interesting why the Africans haven't embraced race walking like Japanese and Chinese have. And I asked this question to Evan Dunphy and Quentin Roux, and also spoke to Percy Karlström of Sweden, who'll be going in the men's 20k. And they said the Africans have sort of been on the point of really getting into race walking in a big way at times, but it's never really got a critical mass, and we don't see many East Africans in race walking. They're just not interested, basically. Running is their thing, but of course that may change.
Well, they have some tradition to fall back on, don't they, when it comes to that? As we saw Suzuki continuing to just stretch out. He's just done his last kilometre, 4:43. He's now averaged 4:50 per kilometre, and in these conditions that is pretty impressive. Suzuki then from Niu of China. Liu, the fellow Chinese athlete, is in 3rd. Vieira of Portugal. Dunphy moving up dangerously in 5th. But he's 5 minutes 44 seconds behind Suzuki. We have seen instances, there have been moments where leads of 5 minutes have been lost very, very late in races. If an athlete just hits the wall, they just lose their thread. So Dunphy, whose strategy all along, he knew it was going to be warm, humid conditions. Take it steady from the start, progressively get stronger, find that rhythm, and on your birthday, stride your way, hopefully, to the podium in his case.
So Dunphy overtook the Ukrainian athlete Zakalitsky, the European champion, and going strong in 5th place. So his goal was to have a strong second half, and it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. So Dunphy looking very strong at the moment. Brendan Boyce of Ireland still in 7th place, and just behind him the German Karl Domen in 8th.
Suzuki at the front then. Showing a clean card at the moment. No red cards for him. Remember, those of you just still joining us, 3 reds and you go into the penalty zone. If you get one of those though, a paddle like that, that's just a warning. And the warning there for loss of contact from one of the judges. 9 judges, including a chief judge, scattered all around this 2K loop. And that's the first time that we've seen Suzuki just given a warning by one of the judges out there. So let's see whether that just has any effect on him at all, as he continues to lead this race. Some 3 hours and 14 minutes in now. Very, very good contest was in store today, with the first time that a lot of the top walkers have really come together in one place for some time. And we did fancy that Japanese athletes could do well. The conditions possibly more used to competing in the heat and certainly humidity. But the question was as well that they hadn't been involved in that many 50-kilometre races this year. You can see Burnett there of the United States. Katie Burnett is really struggling now. 4th at the last World Championships. There is New, who is in second place with 2 reds to his name.
So at this stage of the race, athletes really starting to get fatigued, approaching the men into the last 10K and the women through 36K now in the women's race. And just wondering if we might see a few more red cards as the athletes really start to tire and signs of fatigue show.
There's the leader of the women's race. Yang of China. He's in the lead, but another to drop by the wayside. Maria Jakova of Slovakia. 6th at the last European Championships, but her race over here on the Corniche. Lee is the chaser, alone, battling Mao Sui Lee, lapping the Italian walker there. There's Enriquez now, the world champion defending her title, has had a really tough night, but despite being 6 minutes back, she is actually in 5th place at the moment, and she has picked up a little from where she was.
Yes, Tony, her last split was 5:38. Her split, the last time we saw her, was over 6 minutes, which I think was when she'd stopped at that drink station. So still maintaining 5th place for Enriquez, and Liang, the leader there, through 37K now. She has a lead of about 1 minute and 12 seconds on second place Lee. You sometimes hear people say, don't the race walkers want to run? And actually that's, as far as I've heard, is completely not the case. Any infringements that the race walkers commit are never deliberate. It's because of fatigue or trying to go a bit too fast for what their technique will allow. So never deliberately trying to break the rules to go faster. So Lee's last split 5:10 and the leader 5:07. So that gap just staying about the same. And behind her, Eleonora Giorgi on 5:22 for her last split. So these 2 Chinese athletes going away from the rest of the field and still looking very strong up at the front.
That's right, it's been a stellar year for the Chinese in race walking. Remember, Liu Hong, who we'll see in the 20-kilometer race walk, broke the world record this year with a sub 4-hour 50K. She opted not to take part in this race, leaving the way open for the likes of Yang Rui, who was 7th in that race where the world record was broken, to emerge. Mao Sui Lee still in 2nd place. It's Italy's Giorgi in 3rd. A little glance up there from Liang, looking good at the moment. Enriquez had a really bad phase, but is soldiering on at the moment. She's clawed her way back to 5th place in the race. She's 6 minutes and 11 seconds behind the leader, and going through 35 kilometers. You can see the timing there, 3 hours, 18 minutes, ticking round now to 3 hours and 19 minutes on the clock here. A little group of 3 there as well, including Kataks.
So Liang now looking like she's about to overtake Katsuki. Liang through 37K in 3:16, and Katsuki through. So Katsuki currently in 34th position, I think. Let me just check that's correct.
Well, Liang continues to lead there, and you can see at the 36-kilometer mark, the kind of gap she's got. 1 minute and 12 seconds. And with Georgie just further back, 4 minutes back now in the bronze medal position. So the battle on between Georgie, Sobchuk, Yudkina, and potentially Enriquez for a podium place. But Yang looking very, very strong and consistent in their stride now, out there and leading in the women's race. Whereas we go back to the men, and as we look down on the Corniche, illuminated under the night sky, there, the disappointed, disconsolate figure of Flores of Ecuador, who took everyone by surprise when he flew up the rankings earlier on. He really paid the price for that. Claudio Villanueva Flores, and with around 11 kilometers or so to go, in fact with 12 kilometers to go, Flores bows out. Harkness now, he spent time in the penalty area, and I think he may well have decided to call it a day as well.
Yeah, Håkan is
In fact,
like
he's been disqualified. He's received the 4th red, so he has been disqualified. And
so Håkan is past 39k. He was disqualified 39k into this race. So tough day for him.
I think he might even be giving some quotes there. So it's good to see that he's in good enough shape at this point to speak to the cameras. And this is the disqualification moment. There is Danielle Michaud, chief judge, stepping out and going right across, you notice. And this is the view that the chief judge will have got. And there, the first seconds, the view of Haukenes quickly being ushered away from the rest of the field. And he's still taking on more fluid. Back to the leader, Suzuki.
And Suzuki's last split was 4:49 through 41k, so only 9k to go now for the leader Suzuki. His lead back to second place New, down to 3:16. New now on 4:42 for his latest split, and João Vieira now up into 3rd place according to the latest splits we're getting. So the 43-year-old Portuguese João Vieira now in 3rd place. His latest split was 4:47, and 4th place Luo and Evan Dunphy in 5th. So there's Vieira in 3rd place. Vieira, the Portuguese athlete.
11th appearance at a World Championships for him, 43 years of age, 3rd in the European Cup, and now 3rd at the IAAF World Championships on the Corniche. What a performance we are seeing here from Vieira.
So, apart from second place New, João Vieira is now the fastest walking athlete amongst these leaders in the men's race. Evan Dunphy and Brendan Boyce in 5th and 6th, also well inside 5 minutes for their latest splits, as is Karl Domen of Germany. Suzuki and New and Vieira also inside 5 minutes.
Well, this is a big moment for Suzuki. He's got experience of having led big races before. In 2012, in the 20k race in London at the Olympics, he did lead, approaching the halfway mark just before it, but he fell back badly to finish in 36th. You never quite know. You never quite know when the pain could really hit and where you could just be thrown completely out. But at the moment, Suzuki is the man who's got the lead. 4.5 minutes back from him is João Vieira. And still striding on, and now with what would have seemed quite unlikely medal in his grasp. Third place position at the moment for him. 49-year-old Jesus Angel Garcia of Spain is in 9th place, a top 10 position at the moment. Quite extraordinary performance from him too.
And Tony, this race, of course, important for qualifying for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. The qualifying standard for men is 3:50. Well, it looks like none of them will go under that time today, given the difficult conditions. But a top 10 finish in this race will mean qualifying for the Tokyo Olympics. Of course, that doesn't mean they will be selected by their federations, and some federations may insist only on a time qualification, not the top 10 place here, but for some countries it will be an Olympic qualifier. So the top 10 athletes here, if they're aiming for the Olympics next year, maintaining their place will be very important. And Suzuki still at the front with a lead of about 3 minutes and 16 seconds on Wen Binyu, the second place Chinese. João Vieira now of Portugal in third. The second Chinese, Luo, in fourth. Dunphy of Canada in fifth. And Brendan Boyce in sixth. Karl Doman, the German, in seventh place. And the European champion, Zalanitsky of Ukraine in eighth. So Suzuki has led for nearly all of this race.
Hard, right? Yeah, that's the curve.
Our computers are telling us that he's just done a very slow split. I'm not sure if that's correct. It's saying 5:33. I think that may be an error. We'll bring you confirmation of that as soon as we have it. He doesn't look like he's slowed dramatically yet, so I think that probably is an error. So Suzuki through 42k in 3 hours and 23 minutes, and he's on course to finish in around 4 hours. And that is second place Wen Binyu of China, passing Giorgio of Italy, currently in third place in the women's race. So as the men well into their final 10k now, just 8k to go for the leader Suzuki, and New also passed the 42 split mark now. And no more red cards as far as we can tell at the moment.
New, remember, just playing that jeopardy game a little bit. 2 red cards for him, nothing for Suzuki. We did see him receive a warning for loss of contact a little earlier, but it hasn't, to be quite literal about it, put him out of his stride, because he's still marching on. We will, though, check on the next split that he goes through, but at 42 kilometers, the moment the timing system suggesting 5 minutes 33, so that would be a considerable drop-off. And would bring New and potentially Vera back into the equation. In fact, it does. So it's dropped from over 3 minutes down to 2 minutes and 24. So Suzuki has hit a phase 4/5 of the way through this race, in the latter stages where suddenly his pace has dropped quite dramatically, and that that can be a factor. We'll wait and see for confirmation of just how much Suzuki's pace dropped. It may not have been as much as we initially were led to believe by the scoring system, as we look at Vieira in the bronze medal position at the moment. 4:52 for his last kilometre. It looks like Suzuki actually didn't slow so much as we thought. It's actually 4:50 he did for his last kilometre, so it wasn't quite as dramatically out as we thought. So it means he does maintain an advantage, but it isn't as strong as it was, because New hit 4:41 with his last kilometre to close the gap to 2 minutes and 24 seconds. 7 kilometres to go then in this 50-kilometre race walk. The Clock ticks round towards 3 a.m. local time. And nighttime racing, whether it's running, whether it's walking, pretty novel thing. I mean, did you ever find yourself in any kind of significant race at this time of day? Did you ever go for a run at this time of day, a training run at this time of day?
So when I was working, I did often train in the dark, but when I was a full-time athlete, I would always train in the daytime because it's just so much easier when it's light. You can see what you're doing. Night races have become quite popular, but this is the first time championship races have been held at night. And as we were saying earlier, having to race and be at your top in the middle of the night is really tricky, and these athletes will have had to adjust their sleep pattern along with coping with travel and jet lag and so on in order to be in good form here today.
So 3.5 hours in, and the men's 50k race, a story of one man at the moment. But there are stars littered around the field. Vieira of Portugal at 43 in the bronze medal position. New is speeding up, but he's on 2 red cards. Suzuki has led from the front, and he's 7 kilometers away from the line. The horseshoe shape of the Corniche is our destination. And the leaders down there at ground level. Yang of China. 5:06 for her last split. She's got 11 kilometers to go, 5.5 laps. She's got a near 90-second lead on her fellow countrywoman, and a 4.5-minute advantage over Georgie. The chaser is Lee. What has she got? Can she produce something? Can she close the gap? She's going to need some assistance probably from Liang to slow down a little if she's going to do that. Outside the medal places, we've got 2 Ukrainians still in the mix. And the 3rd Chinese athlete out there as well. And you can actually see there's Lee, second in the women's race, just over to her left, Suzuki. There's one of the Ukrainians I just mentioned, Sobchuk. And there is the leader of the men, and Suzuki just dropping back to a walk, literally. He has a couple of minutes advantage, and he's back into stride now. Well, he almost took just a little brief time out there, didn't he,
yeah,
to refuel.
Yeah, he looked like he had been going so well, and to see him just stop there at the drink station, I wonder if he's in serious trouble. His last split was 4:50. He's through 43k.
Well, it's not something you would typically see from someone in that kind of position, to have to stop and go into almost a timeout and just slow things down like he did. So the question is now, and he's so near the end in so many ways, is he starting to hit the wall, and does this open things up for those behind? He's been so dominant in his race, but he now only leads by the narrower margin of around the 2-minute mark, and that's bound to close down when we get our next set of statistics. That's 2:19 there, but I'm not sure that's at this stage going to take into account what Suzuki went through in the last minute or two. So you may well have actually closed that gap just a little bit. Quickly grasps 2 waters, 1 ice pack. The challenge, of course, though, for New is he's on 2 reds, so how far can he push it? Vieira in third, and he at the moment has got a 49-second advantage over fourth. So he could be walking his way at 43 onto the podium at a World Championships. So a Portuguese star at 43, a Portuguese star in the women's race though. Some news for the defending world champion, former world record holder, Inés Enriquez, has retired for the race. So the winner in London in 2017 has left the race. So you look across the men's and women's fields now tonight and through the early hours of the morning here, Qatari time. Denise has gone, Enriquez has gone, Tot has gone, Noda has gone as well. But there, look at Dunphy.
So Dunphy in 5th place, now catching Luo in 4th place, the Chinese athlete.
He's closed a 13-second gap on Liu in just the last couple of minutes of this race. So Dunphy of Canada. Mentioned earlier, he's recently been given a Sports Personality Award in Canada for fundraising activities, helping raise funds for sports equipment for young people to get them involved in sport. A real community champion. And
Dunphy's split for the last K, Tony, 4:39. I think that's about the quickest split we've seen in the whole race.
I think you're right. I can't recall seeing anything, and he is going quicker than anybody else in this field at the moment.
So
well, he gave you that track on how he was going to approach this.
He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Start off steady and then try to have a strong second half.
So he's 4:47 back on the leader, Suzuki. But Suzuki has just produced a 5-minute 15 split. And Dunphy has gone some 36 seconds quicker than that. And there are 6 kilometers to go. So
I think that Suzuki split must include that brief stop we saw him
includes
doing.
the breakdown into the regular walk, as it were. So Dunphy could still figure as not just a medal contender here. There is still a chance he could win this race if he can continue this momentum, and a lot now depends on just how effective Suzuki is. What kind of shape and frame of mind is the Japanese leader in at this stage? He's been so strong. He's been out there from the front right from the beginning of this race. It's been a long and lonely walk in so many ways for him. And is it just starting to bite? It was a very, very brave thing to do, to go out hard, to take the lead. The likes of Denise, who we see often do that, opted not to. Suzuki went with it. In the men's race further back down the field, Hannebrandt, the Hungarian, who actually finished 5th in London with a big new personal best. The 23-year-old, though, has retired from the race. So we are seeing the field now considerably reduced.
Tony, I've just done my sums again on where we think the lead women are amongst the men, and by my reckoning, the women's leader, China's Rui Liang, is about up with the men in about 21st and 22nd place, something around that area. So she is moving up into the top half of the men's field.
There is Liang. Having to sidestep a bottle there. Did you just notice that little clatter on the street? You can see the bottles, the debris just on the road. That can always be a problem. And of course, when you're trying to keep in your stride, now, could have been a bit of a contact issue there potentially for Liang, but of course she was having to almost to take what you would sometimes say in other sports, evasive action, just to move that out the way. It was right in her stride, so she just gave it a little flick to the side.
And the road there getting really wet now, just past the drink station. Just wonder if it's forcing the athletes to slow down a little as they go round that U-turn to avoid any slipping or contact problems. But Wu Liang looking very strong. Not really showing much signs of suffering in this heat and humidity.
Well, she has a lead approaching 2 minutes on her fellow countrywoman who's in second place. And her last split was some 10 seconds quicker as well than Mao Sui Lee.
Eleonora Georgi in third place. Her last split was 5:14, which was quicker than Lee in second place. So closing slightly, but the gap between the two is some 3 minutes, more than 3 minutes. So I don't think Georgi can now catch Lee, but she is going faster at this stage. And Sobchuk's last split 5:38, so Sobchuk of the Ukraine in fourth place really suffering. And that's Lee in second place there.
There is Georgi at the moment in bronze medal position with a healthy advantage over Elena Sobchuk of Ukraine. The two Ukrainians have stuck together really, Sobchuk and Yudkina, although Sobchuk has moved away from her fellow countrywoman. But they occupy fourth and fifth place at the moment. Still, a quite surprisingly low number of red cards across this field. No woman has gone into the penalty zone at all. And nobody has had more than one red card. And that's a salient point as we look at Georgi, who does have a history of disqualifications at major events, but generally walking over the 20K distance. So there is the leader of the women's race. It's Liang of China, and there's the man in front for the men. It's Suzuki, but is he feeling the pressure now?
So Suzuki's last split, he's through 45K now, and 4:53 his last split was. So he's got his mojo back after that brief stop at the drink station. And New in second place, his split was 5:02 for New in second place. So Suzuki now going away from New and currently has a lead of 2 minutes. So Suzuki with just 5 minutes to go, and he's stopped again there.
Yes, another stop for Suzuki. So this is a big moment in this final for the leader. He's been out the front right since the start. The lead is slipping, and every step they're catching him now. Look out for New, Vieira, Dunphy, and Suzuki is having to just take time and compose himself and try and refocus, redouble his efforts. But the leader, who's been delving into those packs all the way round, really feeling it now. 16 of the 46 male race walkers have retired from this race now. 2 or 3, I think 3 disqualifications in there as well, including 2 British walkers early on.
So Suzuki taking a big break here, and meanwhile just behind him, further down the field, Vieira in third place. His last split 4:42. Dunphy in fourth place, his last split 4:39. So Dunphy is going the quickest of all of them. Behind him, Luo in fifth, 4:52. So Dunphy is moving through the field. There's a gap of about 1 minute and 5 seconds from Dunphy to Vieira. And Suzuki really suffering, had to take another break there. But he's going again, and he's got his ice packs in his hand. So Suzuki's, as soon as we get another split, we'll tell you what Suzuki's lead is. But he had a long break there at that drink station, and New will have closed the gap. But as we were saying earlier, New currently on 2 red cards. So difficult for New to really put the pressure on with that penalty zone looming over him.
So Suzuki leaving the door open New. Can he close that gap? He's on 2 red cards, so that could just be a factor for him. Vieira of Portugal, almost improbably, 3rd place for him at the moment. Dunphy, 4:39 for his last kilometre. Fastest in the field at the moment. Suzuki's last split was 5:25 for his last kilometre. We'll compare that with the chasing pack. They're in this race. 4 kilometres to go for the leader.
So Dunphy's last split, 4:39.
And this is where we just had to see Suzuki going for fluid and then deciding just to break out from his stride for the moment and just take a steady walk and try and get himself ready for the one last go, the last 4 kilometres.
So interesting, as soon as we get, so Suzuki now through 46k and that latest split 5:25. So Suzuki really struggling now, but he's only 4 kilometres from the end, 2 laps to go. And as soon as we get, so New through 46k as well, 5:07 for him, and the gap now is 1 minute 47 from Suzuki to New. So Suzuki had a lead of 3.5 minutes. That's down to 1:47. So can he keep it going? Dunphy's last split was 4:39. We haven't had him through 46k yet. But Dunphy is moving some 20 to 30 seconds faster than New, and even faster than that than Suzuki. So with 4 kilometres or so to go, Dunphy looks like he's going to certainly get into the medals and could even catch Suzuki. So João Vieira now through 46k. And his split 4:46, so he's going much quicker than both Suzuki and New. So looks like it's
This
with
is
only
really building up.
4k to go, and this race finishing order could change dramatically in this last 4 kilometres.
3 hours and 47 minutes into this race, and it's still not clear where this is going. 39 seconds Vieira, the 43-year-old Portuguese race walker, made up on the leader Suzuki on that last kilometre. New in second. Dunphy, 4:37. So nearly a minute. 48 seconds in difference there. No Canadians ever won the gold medal at the IAAF World Championships in the 50k. There's the 43-year-old looking for his own place in history.
So Dunphy had a 3 minute 14 second gap from Suzuki through 46k. He's about 45 seconds or so behind Vieira. But Dunphy's split to 46k, 4:37, some 30 seconds or so faster than New in second place, and 9 seconds faster than Vieira in third. Suzuki, we're not quite sure what actual speed he's going at because he had that long break at the drink station. But Dunphy powering through the field. And behind Dunphy in 5th place, Luo, his split 4:54 to 46k. So Dunphy going away from 5th place. Brendan Boyce still in 6th place from Ireland. And Karl Domen, the German, still in 7th place. Garcia up to 8th, the 49-year-old up to 8th place.
Let's not forget that there's landmarks everywhere here. No Portuguese medalist in the men's 50k race. No Canadian medalist in the 50k race. And Vieira and Dunphy at the moment are motoring towards the front pair of Suzuki and New. And the pressure really on, particularly the Japanese leader. Dunphy will be taking note of the kind of pace he's at and how much he can catch Suzuki. He's currently some 3 minutes back from the leader, but he's just produced a split. Well, that's 9 seconds quicker than Vieira in third, so Dunphy is closing in on Vieira. Look at the look on Vieira's face now. He's really having to work hard. His pace just appearing to slow a little bit. He did produce a 4:46 last split. Maybe he's just paying for that one a little bit now. Suzuki's latest at 47 kilometers is coming in at 5:01. So the question is, are they going to catch him? Or can he hold on? Has he given himself something, just held something back for the last 3 kilometers? 1.5 laps, remember that is, of this Corniche circuit. 3 hours and 50 minutes in now to competition. So at 46 kilometers, there's Suzuki's lead. Minute and 46 seconds. Still has the presence of mind to shout out to his support team there. Vieira holding on to that bronze medal position at the moment, and a moment of history for Portugal in the men's race walk over 50. But Dunphy has his eyes on it as well, on his birthday. There is new. 2 red cards, remember, for the Chinese athlete in second. 96 seconds behind. Best Canadian marks, a 6th in Helsinki in 1983, and a 7th, 1993 in Stuttgart for Tim Bennett. Vieira of Portugal, lapping Ibanez there of Sweden. So it's building up very, very nicely to the conclusion in the men's race. And as we look down on the illuminated Corniche, let's see how we're getting on in the women's race. That also went off at 11:30 local time. And there is the Chinese leader, Yang, with some 7 kilometers to go. She's got a 2-minute lead on Mao Su Li. And this has been a assured performance from Yang. She's looking good there, and you have to say, when you look at Li in second, she looks to be struggling a little bit now, but she's maintaining that silver medal position with 3 laps to go in the women's 50-kilometer race walk. Tight to those cones. There is the bronze medal position of the Italian Giorgi. She's hung in there all the way. 5 minutes 20 though for her last split. She's actually got a red card as well, just one, for a loss of contact penalty. And she will be very, very anxious to finish, and of course finish on the podium. She's got a string of disqualifications behind her, unfortunately, at major championships. But the leader, Suzuki, back over to the men's race, and he's walking again, and this has been consistent actually now. The last, I think, 3 laps that he's gone past the water station, he has decided to come out of his stride and his race walking technique and just walk. He walks away there, and watch it where, and there he just decides he needs to take a little bit of a break. So all the time he does this, with every step, with every meter that he does that, they're catching him from behind. Suzuki from New of China, Vieira Portugal, Dunphy Canada. Still no cards against Suzuki. Now, is this a sign of real struggle at this stage, or is it just an example of some incredibly masterful tactics and timing, thinking that he's got enough of an advantage to just take this little break? The bell rings for the very first time. He's into the final lap now. 2 to go, 24 laps completed. Suzuki, can he hold out and become a world champion. Hearing that bell, the effect that might have just had on him, will it just give him the impetus to drive on and push towards the finish?
And Japan have won silver and bronze in this race in London 2017, but they've never won the gold medal. So Suzuki now, if he can hang on to this lead, he will be the first Japanese man to win the World Championships 50K. And Suzuki through 48K, another slow split from him, 5:27, including that stop at the drink station.
The lead is down to 96 seconds. Now, New was 37 seconds quicker there. He's only got just over 2K to go. There's Dunphy, who is still in fourth. Can he chase down Vieira and get past him? Remember, Dunphy was fourth at the Rio Olympics. He's fourth again now. Vieira, the 43-year-old from Portugal, though, looking to secure his country's first medal position in a men's 50K race walk at an IAAF World Championships. Suzuki from New, Vieira and Dunphy. Further down the field, Liu Yadong of China, Brendan Boyce, Karl Dolman of Germany, and Garcia of Spain at 49 years of age is in 8th position at the moment. This is Dunphy. Past the mass ranks, look at those photographers. They're poised. At the moment, they're thinking about the picture of the winner.
And Dunphy's split through 48K was 4:36, so he's going way, he's still by some way the quickest in this field. João Vieira in third, 4:41 for that split. New 4:58. So Dunphy's still going the quickest of all of them, but
you can see Dunphy on the left of the screen there, Mara, and then Vieira on the right, now in the green vest. Got him in his sights. That's going to be a titanic battle, do you sense? And is Suzuki going to hold out as well at the front? With New some 29 seconds quicker. There is New, the chaser, but 1:07 behind. Latter stages of the race now. It's the last lap for this man, the leader, Suzuki. He goes past Burnett, the American record holder, still taking every stride, still hanging on in there in the women's race. Every meter looking tough now, and it will be for this man, Suzuki, as well. His mind will be fixed, though, on making the end. There will have been moments in this last hour or so where he might have started to question, could he do this? Can he get there? Little glance at the watch. Maybe he's just got his pace right, or maybe this man can catch him. Wenbin Liu of China, taking the coastal route for the final time, round the Corniche on that bend. Heading north before coming round onto the home straight. And look at Vieira of Portugal behind him. Vieira is catching New here. So the battle for bronze and silver is really alive. And there's the leader, Suzuki. Dunphy is just coming round as well, towards the bend at the back there, and now Vieira makes his move. So the 43-year-old Portuguese walker is into the silver medal position, and New is really feeling the pain now as Vieira takes him on. And look how strong the Portuguese athlete looks now. He takes on the chasing role, and he is shifting down the Corniche. New, I'm not sure, has got any response at the moment. A dramatic move by Vieira. Suzuki out there in front at the moment. Final lap of the men's 50K. Japan looking for a first ever gold medalist. Portugal looking for a first medal of any colour at a World Championships in the 50K male race walk. There is the 43-year-old. Two-time medalist at the European Championships. Came third in the European Cup this year as well, Vieira. And he's in his 11th appearance at a World Championships. And at the moment, he's striding his way onto the podium. A little glance at the camera even there. He knows he's a story here.
Cheeky smile at the camera. I think he's got a lot left. So Vieira, second oldest in this men's field at 43 years of age.
Suzuki responded though. He went 4:56 for his last kilometre, and so with just 1 kilometre to go, Yusuke Suzuki of Japan is trying to close in on a gold medal and a world title. He's found this last hour or so really taxing. Vieira made up 22 seconds on him at 49 kilometres. New noticeably slowed down. Dunphy still in 4th. And Dunphy now has got New in his sight, so is New going to fade? He's also on 2 red cards, remember. But Suzuki may just have pulled it all back together. See the sign in the background, water 100 metres. What's he going to do as he gets towards that mark? It's prompted him to slow down completely. Laps the German Seiler. Heads for the water. Drops off for a moment. But he's going to try and find something deep down inside to keep going here, because he's so close now.
Even with just 1 kilometre to go, Tony, Suzuki grabs the water. You just see how much this incredibly hot and humid Corniche has made them suffer in this race. So Suzuki battling on.
Round that bend for the last time, and he's almost ambled round that bend there, didn't he? To hit the home straight now. Suzuki of Japan, he's got a 57-second advantage on Vieira. New is still back there in 3rd. Vieira may have to settle for what would be a brilliant second, but Suzuki's responded. He's shown the heart of an absolute lion, of a champion in the last 20 minutes or so. New still 3rd, Dunphy 4th. Suzuki, though, striding away.
And Vieira's split to 49k was 4:34, but Dunphy's 4:23. So Dunphy's still going the fastest of all of them, and New struggling on 5:04.
Dunphy is going to overhaul New at this rate.
Just 5 seconds separating Dunphy from New, so
the bronze medal position is right up for grabs. Vieira is settling in, it looks like, for a silver. Suzuki further ahead. Can Dunphy go one better than Rio? This man knows Suzuki. You can just see in the far distance behind him that Vieira is in the picture. But he's well back if Suzuki keeps this up, and he's not going to catch him if Suzuki keeps this up. Cheers of the crowd. He's ignoring the water station here on these last stages. He's taken the shades off. He's taken the hat off. Suzuki can sense victory here. A little glance across towards his support team. There's anguish in his face. There's emotion stirring inside for him as well. He knows he's nearly there. His arms raised. He's a world record holder at 20k. Japan have never had a gold medalist in the men's 50k at the IAAF World Championships. That is about to change. A world record holder over 20k is now a world champion in Qatar. 4:04.20. He did it from the front. He did it his way. He hit the wall at times, but he just kept going. Suzuki is the world champion. The battle on though. Look at this race now for the silver medal. Dunphy trying to chase down Vieira. Can the 43-year-old Portuguese walker hold him off? He's saluting the crowd. A look over the shoulder. Dunphy can't get there, I don't think now. New has dropped right back. But Vieira will cross the line. A brilliant silver for Portugal. Dunphy on his birthday, bronze for Canada. What an epic performance from these men out there on the Corniche tonight. And New, who for so long was second, left to come in fourth. Dunphy makes it one better. He gets third. The 43-year-old Vieira with the silver medal. Suzuki is the champion. And New will get fourth place. Possibly hampered by the fact that he was on 2 red cards. But there's the winner, draped in his national flag. The new world champion, Japan's first ever gold medalist in the men's 50K on IAAF World Championships. Yusuke Suzuki. A broad smile from the winner, an embrace from Evan Dunphy. He's on the podium too. And the picture that will go to the land of the rising sun.
Where's the third one? First, just a picture here, please. First.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Further back, Yu is going to secure 5th place with a healthy advantage over Brendan Boyce of Ireland. And it's at this stage when you consider that at last count 15 walkers had retired, where you salute every single one of them who has this moment, crossing the finishing line at a World Championships. Lou, a very, very creditable 5th place. First and third sitting alongside each other at the finishing line. And look at that for a moment. Suzuki, well, he can smile and he can have a rest. Very well done.
Can we have some water here as well, please?
Yeah.
Water.
Big moment for the Irish. Another great achievement in a World 50K at the World Championships. 6th place for Brendan Boyce. And look at that for a finish. Well, you may not see many better finishes than that this week. Well done, Brendan Boyce. 4:07.46 for him. The time's a little slower amid the muggy, humid conditions here and the temperature hovering around 30 Celsius.
He wants to go to recovery.
He wants the ice bath, sounds like. There's the doctor from the IAAF there.
Come, ice bath. Yeah. Please, come on, do my...
Well, moments of celebration for him, but of course also moments where he will want to immediately get himself rehydrated. And there's the moment. History made for Japan at these World Championships. Suzuki, gold medalist. The Japanese flag. The emotion of victory. A victory that possibly in the latter stages he feared may just be slipping away. But he found it within himself to battle on and take gold. Extraordinary silver for Vieira. Dunphy, tactically brilliant. Timing it to a place on the podium, one better than his Rio 4th place. Happy birthday, Evan. I think he's pretty pleased. So, pretty dramatic stuff there as the men's race came to a conclusion. Suzuki hanging on, the battle on for silver, bronze as well. Are we going to see anything similar in the women's race, which is still out there on the course? Fireworks fading, get them lined up again. And it could be the name of Rui Liang, who they're celebrating in the next 15 minutes or so. She's got a 2-minute and 39-second lead over Suo Lee, who is in second place, also from China. There she is, the chaser. Further back is Giorgi of Italy. The bell is starting to sound further back down the course. I thought he may have just been struggling a little bit earlier on, but she's managed to restore the confidence. Here is Garcia, 49 years of age, the Spaniard, crossing the line. Fantastic effort from him. 8th place. 7 minutes behind the winner. The world champion back in 1993. And all you can do is salute him for what he's just done over the last 4 hours. Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary stuff from him. Still the men coming in to finish. This is the European champion, Marian Zakalitski of Ukraine. So the athlete ranked #1 in the world this year, crossing the line in 4:12.27. But the leader in the women's race now, Yang, 2 minutes and 46 seconds ahead of the athlete in second, also wearing the Chinese vest. Giorgi well back, some 5 minutes behind her in third. And Sobchuk of Ukraine is in 4th place, but she has a deficit of some 3.5 minutes to Giorgi. So it's a more spread out field amongst these women's race walkers. There is Lee taking on whatever she can. Closing stages now, the end in sight for her. And a place on the podium if she just keeps it together. Remarkably short of cards in the women's race. A few disqualifications, remember, 4 red cards for at least 3 of the men. There is the athlete in the bronze medal position, Eleonora Anna Giorgi. This will be a really big moment for her if she can secure a place on the podium. She's had so many instances of disqualifications, as we mentioned throughout our broadcast, in major championships down the years, dating back several years now. And stepping up to the 50K, well, that seems to have paid dividends for her here. Yang on her last lap now. former world record holder. It's not about times here on the Corniche here. Just get a view there on the right-hand side of the picture, just rounding that bend there of Sobchuk of Ukraine. Some 8 minutes and 50 seconds behind the leader, but in a highly credible 4th place position at the moment. Still 23 years of age, Sobchuk. This is the 26-year-old. Mao Suo Lee. Maintaining a firm grip on the silver medal position as things stand. But it looks like it's going to be all about Liang in the women's 50K. After 47 kilometers, you can see the gap. So look at Sobchuk there in 4th, but she's well back on Georgie, so unlikely to catch her now unless something quite dramatic happens. Georgie proudly wearing that Italian cap. Hear the effort that's going in. Really wet bend there. Georgie knows she is nearly there. She has one penalty to her name for a loss of contact earlier in the race. There is Yang Rui. Mentioned the cards have actually been sparing in the women's race. 4 issued. Darachuk, Pereira, Juarez and Georgie in the bronze medal position, so the judges have certainly not had as many occasions to step in and sanction athletes in the women's race, whereas in the men's race there were a considerable number. Well, it's a big moment for Liang if she holds on and wins, as we now expect her to do. Look further down the field, the Finn, and also Yudkina, who's there from Ukraine in 6th place. And Georgie in 3rd. Sobchuk, head down, focused on the finish. Superb effort from the Ukrainian. 4th place for her at the moment. Still see plenty of men out on the field. And Georgie has never let Sobchuk back into the equation. She's 4 minutes nearly ahead of her. She won't close the gap on Lee. But there is Yang Rui, finished 7th in a big 50K race early this year in Huangshan when the world record was actually set, but she'd been on world record pace for the first 20 kilometers before she was really ruled out by suffering from stomach pains. But she came back from that, bounced back with a very good performance over 20K in Spain in La Coruña, with the 2nd fastest time in her career. So she came here knowing she was in good form, and she'll leave here as a world champion. Sobchuk takes on some more fluid. The final lap now for these leaders. Spread out right across the Corniche. Sobchuk soaking wet there, taking the fluid on, drenching her scalp in water. And Yang, well, look at that. She looks cool. So composed, so focused. No doubt she'll be feeling it. We know that, but she knows she's nearly there. She went through 49 kilometers in 4 hours and 18 minutes and 24 seconds with the last kilometer in 5 minutes and 4 seconds. She's averaged 5 minutes 16 seconds per kilometer in this race. Winner in Taicang last year over this same distance. Too good that day for the likes of Enriquez. And so it has proved today. Round the bend, the end in sight, the finishing line that will herald another Chinese world champion. Yang Rui. Looking good for 49 kilometers, you've got to say, 49 and a bit as well. And ready to savour her moment on the global stage. Her fellow countrywoman, Lee, is well back. Sobchuk, some 9 minutes back, is there in 4th place. And you can actually see behind Sobchuk, that 9-minute gap. And look who we see approaching the water station. Yang Rui. Fist pump there from the team official. One last gasp from the bottles. The cheers from the Chinese contingent in the crowd as well. One last dousing of water. And she can look ahead, and under the bright lights of the Corniche, beaming down at 8 minutes to 4 in the morning local time. The winner in Taicang at the World Team Championships last year. Over 50K. Well, now she has another first place in her sights. The final steps. A broad smile is starting to break out on her face. Yang, she's China's champion. She's the world champion here in Doha. 4:23.25. Yang, another stellar performance over 50K. A fine victory. Immediate congratulations. Raw emotion at the finish line. There is the winner and the new IAAF world champion in the women's 50-kilometer race walk. Yang Rui. She's done it. There's the champion, and there's the picture. And there's the flag. Isn't that looking good? There we are. Almost there. World champion. Very, very contented, delighted, proud. Yang Rui.
So follow me, please.
Back out on the course then. It's going to be more Chinese celebration. Lee has second place to herself at the moment. She's got a 2-minute and 27-second advantage over Georgie of Italy, who's in third place. And she knows it as well. Georgie now has just got that last bend to take on. One red card for her. But it hasn't put her off her stride. Super performance from the Italian. And Lee now approaching the finishing line. She can allow herself a smile as she approaches the line. So it was China's gold in Doha, but they have two medalists on the podium. Lee takes silver. Lee Suo, second place on the Corniche, 4:23.25 on Chinese 1-2 in Qatar.
Would you like some water?
You can only admire what these athletes have done, the performance they've put in. And wrapped in the Chinese flag and proudly displaying it to the world. The silver medalist, Lee Suo. Well, it's agonizing here for, oh dear, for Georgie. Well, she's going to come in third place. She'd had one red card. She completely lost her stride pattern a few moments ago. She's got her flag there before the finish. And she's waving it proudly. I don't think you need me to tell you just how tough this can be. Another flag. Well, she's going to finish soaked in sweat and swamped in flags. And she's loving it. Great scenes for Georgie. The run of disqualifications is over at World Championships for her. She's over the line in third. (4:29.13). The bronze medal position, Eleonora, Georgie, and a broad smile and the Italian flag. And the photographers poised, ready for the picture that will be seen in Italy tomorrow. It's currently, I think, 2 o'clock in the morning back home. And here is Sobchuk in 4th place. Comfortable advantage for her over Ma Feiying of China. Here's our winner. The moment she crossed the line, the moment she joined the royalty of Chinese race walking. Liang, champion in Doha. And there is Sobchuk, who is so close now to a superb 4th. Disappointed, obviously, not to have forced her way into the reckoning on the podium, but this is still a fantastic achievement from the Ukrainian. Saw the Ukrainians arriving here in Qatar on Tuesday. And the 23-year-old is closing in on the finishing line as we look at Ma Feiying. Back there in 5th position. So a super performance from the 3-strong Chinese contingent. She was 5th at the World Team Championships. She's going to be 5th at the World Championships as well. Rounding that bend for one last time on the Corniche. And there is the other Ukrainian. That's Yudkina. For much of that race, she was actually alongside Sobchuk, and then Sobchuk moved away in the latter stages. There is Sobchuk. A little shot there of Katie Burnett of the United States, who has soldiered on despite being in some discomfort. Sobchuk now start to just ease up, focus on the finish, and what will be a 4th place at these World Championships for her. The time ticking beyond the 4.5-minute mark. A little wave for the Ukrainian support team and fans. And Sobchuk reaches the line. 4th place for Ukraine. And Sobchuk has done it. And at 23, what a fantastic achievement that is from her.
If I keep you walking, that would be the best thing. I know it's hard. If I keep you moving.
And they're back in 5th. Mentioned it was a 5th in Taisang last year for Ma Feiying. Well, it's going to be 5th here as well. She's got Yudkina behind her, the other Ukrainian, but she's some 50 seconds or so behind her. Bonilla of Ecuador still in there, Takacs of Spain, Perez of Ecuador as well, Juarez of Spain. So 2 Ecuadorians, 2 Spaniards will finish in the top 10. Japan, of course, celebrating in the men's race. We've got an 11th place, Fuchizi of Japan in the women's race. So here's Ma. Fireworks. And thrill for Ma. She's across the line. She finishes 5th. Another excellent display on the world stage from the Chinese walker. And immediately, team officials there to look after her. Make sure they get her hydrated and comfortable, as Yudkina now, the 2nd Ukrainian. Great night for Ukrainian walking. Terrific performance. Kristina Yukina crosses the line, stops the watch, and secures 6th here in Doha. And she looks pretty pleased with it too. Great performance. So the leading women have now finished this women's 50-kilometer race. So earlier we saw the men as well. Bonilla of Ecuador, 2 Ecuadorians in 7th and 9th. This is Magali Bonilla, who will get 7th place. And looking pretty strong as she comes towards the finish. You see the chief judge in the background there, Daniel Michaud. And his team have been busy tonight, but it's all gone smoothly from their perspective. No woman into the penalty zone. And Bonilla, huge congratulations from the Ecuadorian team. So that was the top 7 in now for the women. And as we look down on the Corniche, a reminder of history for Japan. Yusuke Suzuki, the new world champion in the men's 50 kilometers race walk, Japan's first gold medalist in this event. What a story in 2nd. Portugal's 43-year-old João Vieira, a silver medal. And the birthday boy, Evan Dunphy, 4th in the Olympics. He goes 1 better at the IAAF World Championships. Two Chinese finishers in 4th and 5th. Further down the field, another Canadian in the top 20. Quentin Roux of New Zealand in 11th there as well. Jarkko Kinnunen saw his Finnish teammate bow out, but he finished in the top 20. So to women's results then, and a really good race and a fine performance. And a Chinese champion. Liang taking the title in 4:23.26. A 3-minute gap as well over her fellow countrywoman, Lee. Italy's Giorgi, draped in Italian flags as she crossed the line, taking the bronze medal. Another 5th place for Ma. And then the Ecuadorians and the Spaniards effectively wrapped up the other top 10 places. And a good night for Sobchuk and Yudkina of Ukraine. What a fabulous 5 hours. Where did it all go? It's flown by.
What incredible races, especially that finish in the men's race. I thought Suzuki was really in trouble, and just now down in the mixed zone, we didn't see him because he was in an ice bath in the medical tent, and I think that explains why he kept stopping at the drink stations. I think he was really overheating there.
Well, have you enjoyed it?
Absolutely.
What a great few hours.
What a couple of races, amazing.
Yeah, well, thank you. Well, we've got more to come with 20k races, of course, both tomorrow and later in the week at these World Championships, as we look down on the illuminated Corniche, which has been the scene for these 250k race walks. Thanks to all our crew who brought you some fantastic pictures out there tonight and overnight, and to you for watching, from Mara Yamuchi and from Tony Husband, from here at these IAAF World Championships. For the race walks, for now, it's goodbye.